Chapter 597. I didn't do it for you. After saying that, Zhang Yichen was afraid that Hu Jinyao would misunderstand, so he added, I'm a soldier of the people. Have you forgotten? No matter who it was, I would have saved her in that situation. His voice was a little hoarse. He had slept for a few days, so he was not as energetic as before. But when he said that, his voice was still powerful and convincing. Hu Jinyao stared at his face, as if he wanted to see through him. No matter how hard he stared at Zhang Yichen, his expression didn't change. Yes. You would have saved her no matter who it was. But you couldn't have cut your own flesh and fed your blood to anyone, could you? Hu Jinyao's words made Zhang Yichen look at him. He frowned, as if he was about to say something. Hu Jinyao smiled helplessly. You don't have to deny it in front of me. I won't misunderstand anything. I won't doubt my wife because of that. I just want to thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, uncle. If it weren't for you, Qingsang might have. No matter what, you saved her. I don't care if you did it because of your duty as a soldier or because of your love for Qingsang. Either way, I'll thank you anyway. Hu Jinyao looked at him seriously and said word by word, Uncle, I owe you my life. Zhang Yichen was silent. He suddenly turned his face away and looked at the sky outside the window. The sky was gloomy, as if it was going to rain. You don't owe me anything, and neither does she. I did it willingly. It's what I should do. He couldn't think too much about the situation at that time. The only thought in his mind was that he couldn't let Qingsang die. And what he said was true. Even if that person hadn't been Qingsang, he wouldn't have stood by and done nothing. You said that you don't owe me anything, but I can't pretend that I don't. Hu Jinyao looked very serious. He nodded to Zhang Yichen. Thank you, uncle. He looked at Zhang Yichen with gratitude in his eyes, which were as deep as the sea of stars. Zhang Yichen turned his eyes back to Hu Jinyao, his brows knitted tightly together. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would extort favors from others? Hu Jinyao shook his head. I didn't mean that. But I will never let go of Su Qingsang, no matter what the reason is. No matter who she would meet again. She will always be my wife. Zhang Yichen's expression didn't change. I told you, I'm a soldier. I'm just doing what a soldier should do. When Hu Jinyao returned to the ward, Su Qingsang was still asleep. He sat beside her and stared at her sleeping face. He held her hand and held it against his cheek. Su Qingsang woke up because of his movement. She blinked her eyes and met his gaze. She looked at Hu Jinyao for a while, then realized that he hadn't let go of her hand. Why are you looking at me like that? Was there something on her face? Hu Jinyao kissed the back of her hand and shook his head gently. Nope. I just want to look at you. I'm afraid you'll disappear. She really scared him this time. Hu Jinyao held her hand tightly. He still couldn't forget the fear of losing her. Silly. Su Qingsang reached out and squeezed his hand helplessly. How did our young master Hu become so silly? Quite silly. Hu Jinyao held her hand. There's nothing wrong with your body anymore. When you're well rested tomorrow, we'll go back to Rong City. Okay. Okay. Su Qingsang didn't object. No, Director Sun and the others, they're staying to be volunteers now. I believe they won't go back to Rong City for the time being. I want to be a volunteer too. At a time like this, the disaster area needed a large number of doctors. As a doctor, she really wanted to do her part. No. Hu Jinyao held her hand tightly. You're not allowed to be a volunteer. You can say that I'm selfish or careful. But you haven't fully recovered yet. I don't trust you to be a volunteer. But, no buts. Hu Jinyao was very persistent. Qing Sang, I understand your feelings, and I know your determination to do good. But this isn't the mudslide last time. This is an earthquake. There can be aftershocks inside at any time. I can't bear the slightest possibility of losing you. Even if it was only a little bit, it wouldn't do. Su Qingsang felt his hot hand and understood his concerns. But Director's son and the others are all helping now. It's really not good for me to go back to Rong City alone. More importantly, I also want to do my part for the disaster area. Jinyao, just promise me, okay? I promise, I'll ensure my own safety, and I'll be very careful. I won't let myself be in danger. Can I? No. Jinyao. Unless you promise me one thing. What? I'll go too. Hu Jinyao. Was he crazy? Su Qingsang didn't know what to say. You're the president of Tianyu Group. How can you? If you can, I can too, Hu Jinyao said very seriously. You're also the wife of the president of Tianyu Group. Su Qingsang couldn't help but laugh. She leaned over and kissed Hu Jinyao on the cheek. Jinyao, you're so nice. Hu Jinyao gave her a deep look and thought of Zhang Yichen next door. Actually, I'm afraid that you won't think I'm good enough. How can that be? In my heart, you're the best. Qing sang. Yes. If. There's a man who treats you better than I do. He will you? Hu Jinyao suddenly stopped talking. He denied what he had just said. He was jealous. Crazy jealous. He was jealous of Zhang Yichen. He was jealous that the person who was by Su Qingsang's side at that time wasn't him. What are you trying to say? Su Qingsang looked at him in confusion. Hu Jinyao hugged her and pressed his chin against her neck. I want to say that if there's a man who treats you better than I do, will you be with him? Su Qingsang blinked and looked at him. Finally, she raised her hand and put it on Hu Jinyao's forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Hu Jinyao pulled her hand down and held it tightly. He looked at her, but he didn't look like he was joking. I'm serious. If that man is good, if that man loves me very much, if he can give up his life for you. Hu Jinyao. Su Qingsang interrupted him. We're married. Have you forgotten? Hu Jinyao's slightly stunned face made Su Qingsang laugh. She held his hand and said, We're married. A year ago. Speaking of which, it was our wedding anniversary 2 days ago. You see, we're married. I know, but, no buts. I won't commit bigamy, and I won't be with another man. Seeing that Hu Jinyao seemed to want to say something, she raised her hand and put it on his lips. No matter how good and outstanding that person is, no matter how good he is to me. Hu Jinyao, my husband is you. Hu Jinyao looked at her and suddenly smiled. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist. He leaned over and gently kissed her on the lips. Yes. Your husband is me. Hu Jinyao's voice was low, and there were hidden emotions in it. Su Qingsang's reaction was to hug him and press her face against his chest. Su Qingsang rested for another day. After confirming that there were no major problems with her body, under Hu Jinyao's arrangements, they would return to Sea City with the next batch of supplies this afternoon. They were just temporarily staying in N City. There was nothing to pack. Hu Jinyao, on the other hand, had something to do. He arranged for Yang Wenchang to send disaster relief supplies over. This time, Tianyu Group's performance in this regard was very eye-catching. The higher-ups thought that Hu Jinyao wanted to make the group famous. Only Hu Jingyao knew that he really wanted to do something for these people. The supplies had been prepared and would fly to Sea City with the helicopter in the afternoon. Hu Jingyao and Yang Wenchang went to deal with this matter. Su Qingsang packed up and prepared to leave. When she came out of the ward, she happened to see that the door of the ward next door was open. She froze for a moment, and her red lips pursed into a straight line. Finally, she turned around and walked to the ward next door. Zhang Yichen's back was injured. His body was strong. He had suffered such a serious internal injury and lost so much blood, but he had survived. However, his injury was a little serious, and he didn't look good. He was reaching out to reach the cup on the bedside table. It was a little far away, and he leaned forward a little. Before he could touch the cup, a hand picked it up and put it in his hand. When he turned around and saw Su Qingsang, he was stunned. Of course, he knew that Su Qingsang was in the ward next door. But he had never thought of looking at her. Well, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but that he couldn't think about it. So he pretended that he didn't know, and that the patient next door was another patient. He didn't expect to see Su Qingsang. You. Zhang Yichen said one word, and held the cup tightly. Are you okay? Su Qingsang nodded, looked at Zhang Yichen, and said very softly, Uncle, thank you. You're welcome. Zhang Yichen held the cup and took a sip. His voice and expression were very cold. Thank you. Uncle. Su Qingsang's voice was very sincere. Thank you for saving my life. Zhang Yichen lowered his head and drank all the water in the cup. Then, he looked away as he put down the cup. I said, you're welcome. I'm a soldier. That's what I should do. He had said this twice in 2 days. But each time, he felt different. Su Qingsang wanted to say more, but she felt that the word thank you was indeed too light. Uncle, are you badly injured? How are you feeling? Do you feel better? I'm fine. I'm very healthy. My mother was too nervous. Zhang Yichen still didn't look at Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang could see that he didn't look very well. She was a doctor, so she naturally knew that Zhang Yichen wasn't telling the truth. That's good. Su Qingsang thought for a moment. Uncle, let me know the next time you come to Rong City. Jin Yao and I will treat you to dinner. Thank you for saving my life. No need. Even if you weren't in trouble today, I would still do the same. Moreover, you are Jin Yao's wife. I am Jin Yao's uncle. Of course, I won't let anything happen to you. Su Qingsang couldn't find anything to say. Hui Yangxiu came at that moment. She was stunned when she saw Su Qingsang. Great aunt. Yes, you're here to see Yichen. Yes. I'm here. Thank you, uncle. Before she could finish the last 5 words, Zhang Yichen interrupted her. Mom, didn't my father say he was coming? Where is he? He went to command the disaster relief. Hui Yangxiu knew her husband. He went after knowing that you were fine. They say that there must be a big family before there can be a small family. It's not like you don't know what kind of person your father is. Great aunt, uncle, you guys talk. I'll leave first. Su Qingsang could tell that Zhang Yichen didn't want her to stay here. She said goodbye to Hui Yangxiu and turned to leave. Hui Yangxiu wanted her to stay for a while. After all, they were relatives, and she liked Hu Jinyao very much. However, Zhang Yichen asked her to pour water at that moment. After Hui Yangxiu poured the water, Su Qingsang had already left. Child, you're Jinyao's wife no matter what. Why are you so cold to her? Zhang Yichen took the water from her hand and didn't answer Hui Yangxiu's question. However, out of the corner of his eye, he kept looking at the door of the ward. With his sharp ears, he listened to the rhythmic footsteps as they walked away bit by bit, until he could no longer hear them. He put the cup back on the bedside table and didn't respond to Hui Yangxiu's next words. Su Qingsang followed Hu Jinyao into the helicopter. After that, there were a few more aftershocks that could be clearly felt in Sea City. It was indeed a dangerous place. However, Su Qingsang was very determined. When she returned to Sea City, she went to see Sun Huiya and the others first. The doctors who came to Sea City this time were now using one person as a few people. They weren't divided into any departments. When the injured came, they directly started. 72 hours of the Golden Rescue had passed, but the injured were still being sent over. The hospital's tent was full of people. The disaster this time was very serious. No one expected it to be like this. Why are you back? Seeing Su Qingsang, Sun Huiya's voice changed. Nonsense, aren't you injured? Go home. Director Sun, I'm fine. Just let me do my part. Su Qingsang's attitude was firm. Although Sun Huiya was helpless, now was indeed the time for a doctor. She waved her hand and didn't say anything else. Su Qingsang quickly threw herself into her work. As for Hu Jinyao, he also volunteered. What surprised Su Qingsang wasn't the fact that Hu Jinyao volunteered, but how he did it. He didn't put on a volunteer's uniform and put on an act. Instead, he was really using his own way to help these people. He carried stretchers, helped carry beds, and delivered water to the villagers. She could always see Hu Jinyao's busy figure between breaks. But even if he was very busy, he didn't forget to take good care of her. He brought her food during meals and ran over during breaks to tell her to remember to drink more water. He also paid attention to prevention. Places where people died were prone to epidemics. Su Qingsang knew this even without Hu Jinyao telling her. However, it felt very different to be educated by him. At night, they all stayed in a tent. They couldn't sleep very soundly. If a patient was sent over, they had to get up at any time. Whether it was Su Qingsang or Hu Jinyao, both of them had such experiences, so they didn't feel that it was very difficult. The only thing that made them feel inconvenient was that it was not convenient to take a shower here. When Su Qingsang returned to the tent, she saw that Hu Jinyao's clothes were covered in dust. Not only his clothes, but even his hair was covered in dust. At this moment, Hu Jinyao didn't look as elegant as when he was the CEO of Rong City. Su Qingsang felt a little sorry for him. Hu Jinyao didn't notice her gaze. He took out a bag from behind him. Are you tired? There's food here. I asked Wen Chong to bring it over. Here. Su Qingsang didn't take the bag in his hand and looked at Hu Jinyao. She spoke very seriously. Hu Jinyao, go back to Rong City. Qingsang. Listen to me. Su Qingsang had seen Hu Jinyao's performance in the past 2 days. He was really serious about being a good volunteer. But she also felt sorry for him. Look, Tianyu Group has so many things to deal with, but you came to Sea City. You said before that you had a lot of things to do. Hu Jinyao didn't deny that he was indeed very busy. Especially now that Hui Yifan had left the company, there were more things that needed him to make decisions every day. Yang Wenchang brought a notebook for him. He volunteered during the day and dealt with work at night after Su Qingsang fell asleep. He took time to rest for a while. It had only been 2 days, but there were already faint shadows under his eyes. It's okay. I can handle those things. This is more important now. I know you can handle it. But, she went forward and held Hu Jinyao's hand. Her voice was very soft. I feel sorry for you. She raised her hand and wiped Hu Jinyao's face with her sleeve. She actually knew that Hu Jinyao had a slight obsession with cleanliness. But now, he was busy in such an environment. Hu Jinyao, I feel sorry for you. I want you to go back. Continue to be the omnipotent CEO. Hu Jinyao looked at her and held her hand. Wife, you feel sorry for me. Don't I feel sorry for you? Su Qingsang was clearly a doctor in the obstetrics and gynecology department, but what she had done in the past 2 days had nothing to do with the obstetrics and gynecology department. You're here to help the disaster area, but you're chasing me back. Haven't you ever thought that there will still be aftershocks here from time to time? If I really leave here, will I be worried about you? The situation is basically stable now. Even if there are aftershocks, I believe it won't be too serious. Also, Su Qingsang tried to persuade Hu Jinyao, but Hu Jinyao didn't accept it. Wife, either you go back with me, or I'll stay with you. In short, I won't let you go alone. In such an uncertain environment, you'll experience the fear and worry from before. Su Qingsang was speechless. Her throat was a little blocked. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only reach out and hug Hu Jinyao. Hu Jinyao. Did I tell you that I love you? Yes. You're saying it now. Then did I tell you that I like you because you're you? Even if there's a better man than you who treats me better than you, I can't like him. She was answering his question from the other day. Hu Jinyao smiled and wrapped his big hand around her waist. Moreover, Su Qingsang raised her head to look at him. Her eyes, which were slightly bloodshot because of exhaustion, were still as bright as stars. In my heart, there will never be a man who is better than you, who treats me better than you. Hu Jinyao laughed. He laughed so hard that his chest was shaking. Su Qingsang's face was pressed against his chest, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly with a faint smile. When Su Peijian entered the room, there was not only the smell of alcohol, but also the smell of cigarettes. The room was still very dark, and the lights were not turned on. The smell of the entire room was unbearable. She turned on the lights and opened the curtains. The dazzling light made Hui Yifan, who was lying on the bed, open his eyes. When he saw that it was Su Peijian, he turned over, pushed the bottle of wine in his hand, and went back to sleep. Looking at him, Su Peijian's heart was filled with hatred. She turned around and went to the bathroom to get a basin of water. She walked to the bed and splashed it on Hui Yifan's face. Hui Yifan had to get up. He stared at Su Peijian as if he was looking at an enemy. Are you crazy? What are you doing? What am I doing? I want to ask you now, what are you doing? What am I doing? Hui Yifan sneered and wiped the water off his face. What else can I do now? Tell me, what else can I do now? I don't know what you can do now. I only know that no matter what you do now, it's better than you being drunk here. Better? How is it better? Hui Yifan got up from the bed. His clothes were wet, so he took them off. He walked up to Su Peijian and reached out to pinch her chin. What? What else can you use me for? Tell me. Hui Yifan. Su Peijian waved his hand away. Let me tell you, what else can I use you for now? Look at you. Not to mention Hu Jinyao, even I would be able to beat you to the ground. Do you believe me? Of course I do. Why not? Hui Yifan grabbed Su Peijian's arm and pressed her against his body. You don't have to hit me. I'll lie on top of you. Not only will I lie on top of you, but I can also move and make you. Slap. Hui Yifan was slapped in the face. He glared at Su Peijian. Not only was Su Peijian not afraid, but she slapped the other side of Hui Yifan's face. Hui Yifan, are you awake now? Su Peijian. Hui Yifan gritted his teeth and looked a little fierce. Let me tell you. No one has ever dared to hit me. You're the first. Is that so? I'm sorry, I want to tell you too. I've never hit a man before. You're the first too. You, what about me? Su Peijian sneered and glared at him. I only know that Hu Jinyao is not in Rong City now. I also know that he accompanied Su Qingsang to Sea City. I also know that there's an earthquake in Sea City now. And Hu Jinyao hasn't come back yet. And tell me, what do you know? Chapter 598. What do I know? Let me tell you, I know a lot. Hui Yifan put down his hand that was about to hit Su Peijian. I also know that he wants a good reputation. He keeps donating supplies to the disaster area and even stays there as a volunteer. What's wrong? So what? Hu Jinyao knew how to be a good person. What disaster relief? It was all because Su Qingsang was there. So what? Su Peijian was so angry that she almost laughed. Are you trying to tell me now that you know that Hu Jinyao is not in Rong City, but you deliberately let go of such a good opportunity? What opportunity? Hui Yifan looked at Su Peijian with his eyes wide open. Tell me, what other opportunity do I have? He had already been kicked out by old Master Hua. What other opportunity did he have? Hu Jinyao is in Sea City. There was an earthquake in Sea City. Su Peijian stared at Hui Yifan's face. She didn't believe that he wouldn't think of it. It's true that you were kicked out of Tianyu Group, but it's still a short time. Who knows? Who knows? Hui Yifan sneered. Everyone knows. What do you think? Su Peijian rolled her eyes. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed the front of Hui Yifan's shirt. No wonder you can't beat Hu Jinyao. You want to beat Hu Jinyao with your cowardly appearance. You're dreaming. Okay. I'm cowardly, but Hu Jinyao isn't cowardly. If Hu Jinyao isn't cowardly, why are you here? Go find him. But the problem is, Hui Yifan looked at Su Peijian up and down with extreme contempt and sneered. He doesn't like you. Su Peijian was annoyed. She raised her hand and was about to slap Hui Yifan again. This time, her slap missed. Hui Yifan grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Don't you just want me to take over Tianyu Group? You want to be the wife of the president of Tianyu Group. You want to suppress Su Qingsang. Right? So what? Su Peijian looked at him. Can you give it to me? Of course. But the premise is that Hu Jinyao dies first. Do you dare to do it? Su Peijian smiled. She stared at Hui Yifan and said in a cold voice, Hui Yifan, I won't do something like killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 lives. I'm telling you. I'm a person who can do anything, but I won't do anything illegal. It wasn't like something like this had never happened in Lin City before. I really don't like Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao, but I don't want to kill them. Hui Yifan. You have to understand that only when you have freedom will you have a chance to get the Tianyu Group. If you have no freedom, even if you get the Tianyu Group, you can only stay in prison. Then what else is there to say? Hui Yifan let go of her and pushed her away. If Hu Jinyao doesn't die, I'll never have a chance. What else can I say? Not necessarily. Su Peijian took a step forward and looked at Hui Yifan. The last time I went to see Grandpa, he didn't pay much attention to me. But I heard one thing. What? Sea City is a good place. Su Peijian looked at Hui Yifan with a calculating look in her eyes. I'm willing to do this myself. But during this time, go to Grandpa for me. I don't care if you cry or beg. Ask Grandpa to let you go back to Tianyu Group first. If that doesn't work, go beg uncle. Hu Jinyao doesn't have a good relationship with his parents. But uncle should still have a good impression of you. Go beg uncle. No matter what method you use, let them get you back to Tianyu Group. Leave the rest to me. Leave it to you. Su Peijian's words made Hui Yifan raise his eyebrows. What are your plans? If you didn't want to get rid of Hu Jinyao, how would you have the ability? If you don't believe in my ability, you can do as I say. Su Peijian pushed her hair back. In short, your opportunity is right in front of you. If you can't enter Tianyu Group, then all my previous efforts will be in vain. Okay, I'll wait and see. Hui Yifan stepped forward and pinched her chin. If you can really make Hu Jinyao forget about the company's matters, I have a way to get Tianyu Group. At that time, I'll definitely marry you into the Hu family and make you the wife of the CEO of Tianyu Group. Okay, I'll wait. As Su Peijian spoke, she waved Hui Yifan's hand away and took out a document from her bag. Here. What's this? A gift for you to ask for forgiveness from old Master Hua. Su Peijian narrowed her eyes. You don't think that old Master Hua will let you go back if you don't do anything, do you? Hui Yifan took out the document and glanced at it. His expression immediately changed. How did you get it? You don't have to care how I got it. In short, with this greeting gift, it's only natural for you to return to Tianyu Group. After you go back, keep a low profile, but this plan must be done beautifully and well. Otherwise, you still won't have a foothold in Tianyu Group. Hui Yifan looked Su Peijian up and down. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss her on the cheek. Woman, I really think that my brother chose your sister first and didn't choose you. He's blind. Of course he's blind. Su Peijian sneered. Her abilities and methods were far superior to Su Qingsang's. Only a man like Hu Jinyao, who had no taste, would treat Su Qingsang like a treasure. He's blind, but I'm not. As Hui Yifan spoke, he picked up Su Peijian and pulled up her clothes. What are you doing? You still have the mood to think about this at a time like this? At a time like this, the more I think about it. Don't worry, with this gift here, old Master Huo will definitely agree for me to return to Tianyu Group. Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao held hands and stood on a slope, looking at the lights in front of them. It had been more than 20 days since the earthquake. The two of them had been helping here for a week. Now that the situation in the disaster area had basically stabilized, the injured had been settled. As for those who had already left, they couldn't control it. The higher-ups were very satisfied with the performance of their medical team. Now that the situation had stabilized, the local hospitals adjacent to Sea City had sent people over to help. Now that their mission was considered completed, arrangements had been made for them to leave. The airport of Sea City was damaged in the earthquake. It couldn't be used for the time being. They had to take a helicopter to N City first. Then, they would transfer from N City to Rong City. When the two of them got on the helicopter the next day, they didn't expect that the person who came to pick them up would be Zhang Yichen. Uncle. Uncle. Hu Jinyao looked at Zhang Yichen. A week had passed. Zhang Yichen's injury seemed to have recovered. His face had returned to a healthy wheat-colored color. He looked much more energetic. He was wearing a military green shirt. His sleeves were rolled up. His muscular arms were exposed. Uncle's injury has recovered. Hu Jinyao carefully looked at Zhang Yichen. He looked in good spirits and seemed to have really recovered. Yes. Zhang Yichen nodded, but his eyes didn't fall on Su Qingsang. I'm going to N City. Have you been here for a long time? I've been here for 2 days. There were many things to do in the disaster area. As a soldier, he had his own responsibilities. Uncle's injury hasn't recovered yet, right? Why don't you rest for a while? Hua Jinyao's voice was filled with concern. Does Grandaunt agree with you doing this? I'm already fine. Zhang Yichen's slightly cold voice was heard. He signaled them to sit down with his eyes. In addition to Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang, Su Qingsang's colleagues from the hospital who came over this time were also with them. They knew that Hua Jinyao was very capable, but they didn't expect a soldier to know him. Everyone got on the helicopter. Soon, the helicopter took off. Su Qingsang sat next to Hua Jinyao. She looked out of the helicopter. Before she came, it was an extremely prosperous city with green mountains and clear water. Now that he looked over, all he could see was a mess. She was not in a good mood. Hua Jinyao held her hand. She turned to look at Hua Jinyao and shook her head gently at him, indicating that she was fine. In less than a month, she had experienced life and death and seen through it. Although she couldn't completely accept it, she was much calmer than when she first faced it. Zhang Yichen kept looking forward, as if he didn't see Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang holding hands. When they arrived at N City, the helicopter landed at the airport. Su Qingsang and Hua Jinyao were the last to get off the helicopter. Hua Jinyao got off first and reached out his hand to Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang took his hand and jumped off the helicopter. When she turned to face Zhang Yichen, Su Qingsang nodded very politely. Thank you, uncle. Goodbye, uncle. Zhang Yichen responded coldly. Su Qingsang turned to leave. Before she left, she glanced at Zhang Yichen's wrist. There was a scar there that looked very new. She had never seen it before. Hua Jinyao put his hand on her shoulder at the right time. She also thanked Zhang Yichen. Thank you, uncle. When you have time, go to Rome City this week. I'll treat you to dinner. We'll talk about it then. I guess they'll be very busy recently and won't have time to go to Rome City. They all knew that Zhang Yichen's unit was in C City. Before this matter was completely over, he probably wouldn't have time to return to Rome City. Hua Jinyao was just being polite. In fact, he really didn't want to see Zhang Yichen now. Even if he was his own uncle. The two of them didn't return to Rome City with Sun Huiya and the others. Instead, they got on the plane to Lin City. Li Qianxue knew that Su Qingsang had experienced an earthquake. She was so worried that she almost came with them. If Hua Jinyao hadn't contacted her in time and told her that Su Qingsang's condition was stable, Li Qianxue would have flown to the disaster area without a care. When she heard that Su Qingsang didn't return to Rome City after she was fine, but stayed in C City, she was very worried. However, Su Qingsang seemed to be fine. She called her every day to tell her that she was safe. She didn't mention anything about the disaster area. Just because she didn't say anything didn't mean that Li Qianxue didn't know. There were reports on TV, the news, and the internet every day. How many aftershocks had happened? What changes would there be? Under such circumstances, how could Li Qianxue not worry about Su Qingsang staying there? She paid attention to the news every day. After the communication was restored, she asked Su Qingsang to contact her every day. But even so, Li Qianxue was still extremely worried. Seeing that Su Qingsang was standing in front of her unscathed, Li Qianxue hugged her and pretended to hit her on the back twice. You're really bold. I don't listen to you anymore. I told you to go home, but you didn't. Do you know that you scared me to death? Knowing that Su Qingsang had encountered an earthquake, she couldn't wait for her to come back immediately. Who knew that not only did Su Qingsang not come back, she even dragged Hua Jinyao along to mess around. Mom, I'm fine now, aren't I? Su Qingsang's eyes were a little red. She was really grateful that she had escaped death here. You're still talking about it. You've already lost so much weight. Li Qianxue glared at Hu Jinyao as she spoke. She wanted to criticize him for not taking good care of Su Qingsang. However, she realized that his face was even uglier than Su Qingsang's, and he seemed to have lost even more weight than Su Qingsang. Knowing that he had accompanied Su Qingsang all the way, she couldn't help but complain. You're so old, yet you still let her mess around. If she wanted to stay, wouldn't you have brought her home? It's my fault. I didn't persuade her. Hu Jinyao admitted his mistake with a good attitude. Li Qianxue couldn't flare up even if she wanted to. Her son-in-law had stayed in the disaster area with her daughter as a volunteer, so how could she be angry? She couldn't help but pat Su Qingsang's shoulder again. This time, no matter what you say, you have to stay for a few more days before you leave. Do you know that your grandfather is also very worried about you? Knowing that you're in the disaster area, he even went to Qingyuan Temple today and said that he wanted to pray for you. He's so old, so I asked Yusin to accompany him. No wonder she said that she didn't see old Master Li, hearing that he was going to pray for her. Even if Su Qingsang didn't actually believe in these things, she was still extremely touched. Okay, I'll definitely stay for a few more days. Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao stayed at the Li residence. In the afternoon, old Master Li and Su Yusin returned. Both of them were very happy to see Su Qingsang. They pulled Su Qingsang as if they had endless things to say and endless questions to ask. Su Yusin's scores were out. He was the top science student in Lin City. He had also made up his mind to go to university in the capital. Since he had made up his mind, Su Qingsang was quite happy for him. She suddenly thought of Bai Jihan. No matter what, she and Su Yusin were in a relationship. She wondered how her grades were and which school she would go to. She wanted to ask, but it wasn't the right time. She could only ask later. It was night. It suddenly rained in Lin City. It was accompanied by bursts of thunder. Su Qingsang had been very tired during this period of time, but she couldn't fall asleep because of such thunder. She tossed and turned on the bed. Hu Jinyao was about to fall asleep, but he was so shocked by her movements that he couldn't sleep anymore. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just can't sleep. You think the thunder is too noisy? Half. The other half was thinking about Su Yusin. He had decided to go to university in the capital, which was far away from home. Although he could come back during the winter and summer vacations, it was not as convenient as staying in Lin City. Grandpa was old. Li Qianxue was busy with company affairs every day. Su Qingsang couldn't bear it, but she knew that this was something that could not be helped. There was also Bai Jihan. She had asked Su Yusin just now, and he said that Bai Jihan had failed in the college entrance examination. Her grades weren't particularly good. If she wanted to go to university in the capital with Su Yusin, she was afraid that she couldn't. She could see that Su Yusin had true feelings for Bai Jihan. It was just that if they were separated for 4 years in university, there would be too many variables. Bai Jihan was very insecure, but Su Yusin was determined. He had always been a person who knew what he wanted, but he wouldn't compromise for Bai Jihan. Su Qingsang couldn't help but look at Hu Jinyao. What are you doing? Are you tired? Hu Jinyao gently bit her lips again. Aren't you tired? You think about all kinds of things every day. Don't you have time to rest? Are you tired? Why are you thinking about all kinds of things? They are my family. Of course he sealed her mouth with a kiss. She couldn't say anything else. Su Qingsang was a little annoyed. She was seriously worried, but he didn't care at all. She reached out to hit him. Hu Jinyao bit her lips and said softly. You're not tired anyway, so why don't you do something else? As Hu Jinyao spoke, his big hand began to reach into her clothes. Su Qingsang was so angry that she laughed. Who's not tired? How can I fall asleep with such loud thunder? Well, actually, I'm still not tired enough. When I'm tired and faint, I naturally fall asleep. Hu Jinyao's voice was vague. Su Qingsang couldn't push him away. She could only let him do whatever he wanted. When the two of them were naked, Hu Jinyao suddenly stopped. His hand subconsciously reached in the direction of the bedside table, but he remembered that this was the Li family, not Rong City. He gritted his teeth, turned over, and was about to get off Su Qingsang's body. Su Qingsang hugged him at this moment. She met his eyes. Her eyes were clear. Didn't you say that it was a child? Hu Jinyao's expression was a little conflicted. He wasn't ready yet. How could Su Qingsang give him time to prepare? She directly turned over and took the initiative. Hu Jinyao had never had any self-control in front of her. Looking at her, he said with slightly gritted teeth. You've become bold. Not as bold as you. Su Qingsang bit his ear. You've become fat from breaking your promise. She was accusing him of not keeping his word. Hu Jinyao looked at her slightly blurry eyes, gritted his teeth, and turned from passive to active again. Forget it, if she wanted a child, it would be up to fate. Before they became one, Hu Jinyao stopped. Looking at her passionate eyes, his voice was firm. Just this once. If you have one, give birth to it. If not, go back and do what you should do, okay? If Su Qingsang wasn't in a bad state, she would have beaten him up. What did he mean? She didn't agree, but Hu Jinyao had already made up his mind. He lowered his waist and gave himself to her. Su Qingsang gritted her teeth. She was a little shy, but in the end, she raised her waist. She was a gynecologist, so she naturally knew what kind of situation it was easier to have children. Hu Jinyao knew what she was thinking and couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't know that Su Qingsang was so obsessed with children. Honey, with you like this, should I work harder today? Su Qingsang couldn't help but want to bite him again. She didn't bite him, so she scratched his back. Don't worry, honey. Your husband will definitely work hard. Su Qingsang couldn't bear it anymore. She raised her head and bit him on the shoulder. This guy was really showing off after getting a bargain. It was really annoying. Qingsang, you're really bad. Su Qingsang stayed with Old Master Li and Li Qianxue for 2 days. Today, she finally had time to ask Li Qianxue to agree to let her go out. As soon as she left the house, she went to look for Shi Mengwan. Shi Mengwan had returned from the competition in France a long time ago, but she was very busy. This time, she didn't win the championship, but she got the most unique design award. The significance of this award was extraordinary, and it also made Shi Mengwan famous overseas as a rising star of design. More and more people came to him. Su Qingsang saw Shi Mengwan again and found that she didn't look well either. You have dark circles under your eyes. Are you worried about me? Or are you busy with work? You're heartless. Shi Mengwan pinched her arm. I'm worried about you, of course. She was really worried about Su Qingsang. If she hadn't found out that Hu Jinyao had accompanied her to the disaster area, she would have gone too. Su Qingsang was touched and hugged her waist tightly. All right, I'm fine now. She stepped back a little and looked at Shi Mengwan's expression. You don't think I don't know that you stayed up all night drawing again. I know you want to make money, but no matter how much you want to make money, you have to take care of your health. Shi Mengwan didn't say anything. It was true that she wanted to make money. She wanted to prove that she was also true. Zhang Haoze and Chen Feifei were still engaged. She was powerless to stop it, and she couldn't do anything. Zhang Haoze had come to look for her twice during this period of time, but she avoided him. When he came to the studio, she asked someone to say that she wasn't there. When he came to her house, she hid from him and didn't open the door. Sometimes, Shi Mengwan didn't understand. He was already engaged, so why did he still look for her? Was he trying to turn her into a mistress? Or was Zhang Haoze that confident? He was confident that her feelings for him would never escape his control, so he was fearless. No matter which one it was, Shi Mengwan felt tired. Even though she knew that Zhang Haoze was the big brother she had been thinking about for more than 10 years. But such a relationship with a third party, was too tiring for her. Mengwan, what's wrong? Are you really tired? Yes, very tired. Shi Mengwan twitched the corner of her mouth. It's not a big award, but the internet is so developed now. When it was spread back to China, many people bragged about the award. I can't even take online orders during this period of time. Su Qingsang looked at her with heartache. How about you take a break for a while? Or stop taking orders for a while? Or hire some more people? Anyway, your studio is already big enough now, and you can hire a lot of people. I want to, but there aren't many good designers who are close to my style and agree with my ideas. Su Qingsang knew Shi Mengwan very well. She didn't continue talking about this matter. Shi Mengwan didn't think about Zhang Haoze anymore. Her heart ached when she thought about that person, but she felt empty and uncomfortable when she didn't think about him. She only wanted to suppress that emotion at the bottom of her heart and get rid of those thoughts. She turned to ask about Su Qingsang's situation in the disaster area. The two sisters went shopping, chatted, and drank tea together, just like when Su Qingsang was still in Lin City. At the same time, a plane slowly landed in Lin City. Su Peijian wore a pair of Dior sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. She was wearing Chanel's new summer dress. She slowly walked out of the airport, the corners of her lips curling up into a faint smile. Chapter 599. Before Su Peijian came to Lin City, she made a trip to N City. It wasn't that she didn't want to go to C City to cause trouble for Su Qingsang and Hua Jinyao. It was just that her ability was still a little lacking. C City was still a disaster area, and they were slowly carrying out post-disaster rescue and reconstruction work. Anyone who wanted to enter the disaster area had to be vetted. The airport was also closed. Su Peijian wouldn't even think about volunteering. She wasn't cut out for that. She didn't want to do what she thought was hypocritical. She spent a lot of effort and pulled a lot of strings. She used all the connections that she could use when she was in Lin City. Speaking of which, she had to thank Su Qinghui and Li Qianxue. They despised her and hated that she was in Rong City. However, in Lin City, neither Su Qinghui nor Li Qianxue deliberately talked about Su Peijian's family background. Many people who didn't know what was going on thought that she was still the daughter of the Su family. This was also the reason why she was able to obtain resources and the gift she had previously given to Hu Yifan. Not only in Lin City, but she also had people she could use in Rong City. It was true that Hu Yifan had been kicked out by the Hua family, but neither Hua Yang nor Hua Manzi had. Old Master Hua was strict with boys, but he was especially tolerant with girls. There were some things that she could find out with just a little inquiry. For example, Zhang Yichen was currently doing disaster relief in C City. Zhang Yichen's troops were also in C City. Su Peijian really wanted to know the truth about Zhang Yichen and Su Qingsang. But after asking around, it really didn't work. She could only think of another way. Before she could think of anything, she received the news. Su Qingsang and Hua Jinyao went back to Rong City. The heavens were really on her side. Su Qingsang was very busy after returning to Lin City. Other than Li Qianxue and Shi Mengwan, who wished that she could accompany them every day, she also took the time to go back to the hospital. Previously, Director Zhang had taken such good care of her that she bought afternoon tea and specially took half a day off to visit Director Zhang and the others. Director Zhang was very happy to see Su Qingsang. He looked at the time and told Su Qingsang not to leave in a hurry. Let's have dinner together tonight. Su Qingsang had the same idea. She was going to invite them to dinner. When the group was about to leave, they met Zhuo Hongchen again. Zhuo Hongchen had been very busy for the past 6 months. He had been promoted to chief and had a lot of things to do. Most importantly, he had a girlfriend. He had a lot of things. A new doctor from the same department. The only regret was that Zhuo Hongchen's girlfriend had gone to study recently. He was not in Lin City and would only be back in a week. Su Qingsang asked him to join them. Therefore, Su Qingsang brought a group of people to Chaoan Courtyard. At the same time, Su Peizhen looked at Qiu Yanbo, who was sitting across the desk. Du Qingsang, you. Su. Qiu Yanbo, it was your Qiu family who wanted to get engaged. Later, it was you, Qiu Yanbo, who wanted to break off the engagement. You. Do you think you can get engaged whenever you want and break off the engagement whenever you want? Su Hua, Hut. Yun Su, Chin. Su Peizhen smiled. Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao are in Lin City now. Su, how Su, Qi. Su. How Su, Kissity. How? Su. Su Peizhen told him her plan. Qiu Yanbo stared at her, his eyes wide with shock. You're crazy. Qiu Yanbo admitted that he was interested in Su Qingsang. But it wasn't enough for him to go against Hao Jinyao. He had been warned by Hao Jinyao and he was working with Tianyu Group. Recently, the company's business had been quite good. He didn't want to go against Hao Jinyao and get himself into trouble. Let's just say I'm crazy. You're the one who drove me crazy. Su Peizhen leaned forward and stared at Qiu Yanbo, her eyes filled with endless coldness. Qiu Yanbo, you want to stay out of this? Why can't I stay out of it? Because I have something on you. Su Peizhen smiled. She stood up, put her hands on the desk, and looked down at Qiu Yanbo's face. You don't think that I didn't know anything when I was your fiancé, do you? Qiu Yanbo's expression changed. Su Peizhen, what do you mean? Su Peizhen smiled. She opened her bright red lips and said a few words. Qiu Yanbo's face turned livid. I've always thought you were a smart person. So, a smart person like you should know how to do smart things, right? Qiu Yanbo stared at Su Peizhen and nodded. Good, very good. Tell me. How do you want me to help you? Let's go. Follow me to find the person first. Tell me slowly. What do you think? Qiu Yanbo stared at Su Peizhen's face and sneered. Su Peizhen, why didn't I know you were a vicious beauty before? I didn't know you were a scumbag either. Su Peizhen emphasized the word scumbag. Qiu Yanbo was so angry that he laughed and glanced at her coldly. Let's go. Su Peizhen smiled with obvious pride on her face. Su Qingsang hadn't met with her colleagues for a long time. It was rare for her to have a gathering like this. Because Zhuo Hongchen was the director's son, everyone let him sit at the head of the table, next to Su Qingsang. He had a girlfriend recently. Although he had feelings for Su Qingsang, he still hoped that she could live a good life. When Su Qingsang was talking, he turned his face to listen to her. She talked about the incident at Rome City Hospital and the disaster area this time. Her eyes were curved, and there was a smile at the corner of her eyes. Her complexion was also very good, especially the feeling that her whole body exuded. It could be seen that she was living a good life. This was very good. He knew that she was living a good life. He was also relieved. Although it had nothing to do with him. Who asked him to confess too late and reveal his feelings too late? This table of people was bustling with noise and excitement. On the other side, Su Peijian and Qiu Yanbo, who knew where Su Qingsang was, also came to the private room next door. Qiu Yanbo looked at Su Peijian with a mocking expression on his face. Su Peijian, if Hu Jinniao finds out about your current plans, do you know what will happen to you? What will happen? Su Peijian sneered. Will it be worse than now? If it weren't for Su Qingsang, if it weren't for Hu Jinniao, how could she have ended up like this? She lost everything. Why could Su Qingsang have everything? She couldn't accept it. She called the waiter over and ordered 2 bottles of wine with great interest. Do you want to have a drink together? Su Peijian poured 2 glasses of wine and placed one in front of Qiu Yanbo. Qiu Yanbo turned his face away from Su Peijian. I don't want to drink with you now. It's okay, I'll drink it myself. Su Peijian not only drank it herself, but also called the waiter over to bring one of the bottles to the next room. If any one of them asks, say it's from Mr. Hua. The waiter took the bottle of wine to the next room. Next door, Su Qingsang and her colleagues from the hospital were indeed drinking. When someone brought the bottle of aged dry red wine over, Director Zhang was stunned for a moment. No one was blind and could see the value of the wine. It's from a Mr. Hua. The waiter's words made everyone turn to look at Su Qingsang, and there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes. Su Qingsang was a little embarrassed. She had called Hu Jinniao about coming out to the party, but she didn't expect him to arrange this. Was he asking her to drink without any worries? Qingsang, thank you in advance. Director Zhang smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. Su Qingsang felt a little warm and a little sweet in her heart. Other than having a disagreement with Hu Jinniao on the matter of the child, Hu Jinniao was perfect in every aspect. Just like that, a bottle of wine fell into the stomachs of the people present. Everyone was very grateful that Su Qingsang still remembered them after leaving for so long, so one by one, they came over to toast her. Su Qingsang was inevitably a little drunk after being toasted by them one after another. The banquet hadn't ended yet, but the atmosphere was already lively again. The alcohol got to their heads, and everyone was in high spirits. They said that they were going to KTV to sing. Su Qingsang didn't object. It was a rare opportunity, and it was good to have more fun. However, she drank too much and couldn't help but go to the bathroom. When Su Qingsang washed her hands, she began to feel a little dizzy. She shook her head, trying to sober herself up. However, her nose was suddenly covered, and she instinctively struggled. However, she didn't have much strength in her drunkenness, and her body just went limp. Su Peijian and Qiu Yanbo helped Su Qingsang out the back door. Of course, Su Peijian was very careful. The boss of Chaoan Courtyard used to be friends with Su Qinghui. It took her less than 10 minutes to take Su Qingsang away from Chaoan Courtyard. During these 10 minutes, the surveillance cameras of Chaoan Courtyard were broken. In the end, all they could capture was Su Qingsang entering the bathroom. Of course, she didn't forget to use Su Peijian's phone to call the people from the hospital. She said that she was drunk and her husband was coming to pick her up. So, they went to play. No one would make things difficult for Su Qingsang. Everyone knew that she had drunk too much just now. As for her voice, it was normal for a drunkard to speak in a drunken manner. Everything went smoothly. 10 minutes later, Su Qingsang had already been brought by Qiu Yanbo and Su Peijian to the hotel next door. That hotel was Qiu Yanbo's property. In the presidential suite on the top floor, Su Qingsang slept on it unconsciously. Su Peijian looked at Su Qingsang with a look of disdain on her face. She wasn't as good-looking as her, and she wasn't as capable as her. No matter how one looked at it, she was inferior to her in every aspect. She just had to be so lucky to meet Hu Jinyao, that blind man who treated such a useless woman like a treasure. Seriously, Qiu Yanbo stood by the bed and looked at Su Peijian. Okay, I've helped you get her out. Can I go now? Go. Su Peijian turned to look at him. Don't you like her? How can you just leave like this? Su Peijian. Qiu Yanbo's voice was extremely cold. I'm not as shameless as you think. Really? Su Peijian smiled. She leaned forward a little and stared at Qiu Yanbo's face. You mean, you don't want to? Of course. He didn't want to go too far, and he didn't want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Hu Jinyao. Okay. You don't want to. Su Peijian nodded. Then I'll have to find someone who does. Su Peijian, I think you're really crazy. You said that just now. Let's change it to something new. Su Peijian pulled Qiu Yanbo's body over, her face full of coldness. Why do you have to pretend to be so dignified and righteous? If it were in the past, you wouldn't have liked someone like Su Qingsang. Don't you like her? I'll give you a chance to be with her. Isn't it just fulfilling your wish? It's fulfilling your wish, isn't it? Qiu Yanbo waved her hand away. Have you ever thought about what would happen if I really did this? What would Hu Jinyao do to me? Su Peijian, you've already left the Su family. You don't care, but I do. I won't risk my family. Don't worry. By the time Hu Jinyao comes, you should have already left. Su Peijian let go of his hand, her expression full of contempt. This is your hotel. You can make sure that the surveillance cameras don't capture anything. Isn't that right? Qiu Yanbo stood still. If that's the case, why would Hu Jinyao believe in your trap? Because I have this. As Su Peijian spoke, she took out her phone and waved it in front of Qiu Yanbo. I'll take a picture of you and send it to Hu Jinyao. Don't worry, I'll censor your face. I won't really let him see your face. You're well prepared. Qiu Yanbo's voice became even colder. Should I thank you? Shouldn't you? Get out. Qiu Yanbo's voice was very cold. Su Peijian stood still. I can't go out. I want to stay and take pictures. Do you think I'll let you stay? If you don't let me stay, then I'll have to call Hu Jinyao now and ask him to come here immediately. Su Peijian. Qiu Yanbo's face had turned livid at this point. Su Peijian raised her eyebrows. You don't have a choice. Either you let me take pictures of you, or you let me call Hu Jinyao here. Choose one. You really are a crazy woman. Thank you. I'll take this as a compliment. Qiu Yanbo stood still. He glanced at Su Peijian. Su Peijian, I don't understand. Why do you hate Su Qingsang so much? In fact, your identity and the fact that you were swapped had nothing to do with her. She doesn't need to bear your anger at all. She doesn't need to bear my anger. Then who will? Don't deny it. Qiu Yanbo sneered. You've enjoyed more than 20 years of nurturing from the Su family. You've enjoyed the glory of the eldest daughter of the Su family for more than 20 years. What reason do you have to hate Su Qingsang? Yes. I did enjoy it. But they took it all away from me. Su Peijian spread her hands. If it didn't belong to me in the first place, then why did they give it to me? If that's the case, it's better not to have it in the first place. Isn't that right? You're very sick. Whatever you say. What I need now is for you to take off your clothes quickly. Chapter 600. Qiu Yanbao's hand paused at his belt buckle for about a second before finally stopping. Su Peijian, get out. I can't do anything if you stay here. What can't I do? To the end. Stop teasing me. You're not such an honest person. Qiu Yanbao gritted his teeth, his body stiff and motionless. Su Peijian supported her chin with one hand and enjoyed the sight of Qiu Yanbao struggling with satisfaction. In fact, Qiu Yanbao was also one of the people she hated. What right did he have to break off the engagement? Su Peijian, I'll say it again. I can't do anything with you here. Then you don't have to do it to the end. My target isn't you anyway. Hurry up. I'm not very patient. Su Peijian blinked. There's no turning back. Don't even think about getting cold feet. Qiu Yanbao narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and began to unbutton his shirt. Su Peijian smiled. Seeing Qiu Yanbao unbuttoning his shirt, the corners of her lips curled up even more. She took out her phone and adjusted the camera angle to her satisfaction. Seeing Qiu Yanbao take off his shirt and reveal his chest, there was a flash of pride in her eyes. Qiu Yanbao took off his shirt, but he didn't go to the bed like she thought he would. Instead, he turned around and went to the bathroom. Qiu Yanbao. What are you doing? Take a shower. Qiu Yanbao turned to look at her, his eyes cold. Why? Can't I take a shower first? Don't try to stall for time. It's useless. Su Peijian sneered, now that things have come to this, even if you don't do anything, you still won't be able to get away with it. Qiu Yanbao looked at her coldly and turned to take a shower. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Su Peijian relaxed her body and put her phone aside. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Qingsang, who was sleeping on the bed. In terms of appearance, Su Qingsang was no match for him. If a delicate and pretty lady were to dress up, she might be 80 points. But that was all. His skin was very good. After all, he was young and delicate. His figure was not bad either. However, compared to her, she was far inferior. No matter how one looked at it, he was inferior to her. Hua Jinyao was really blind. He yawned and felt a little sleepy. She looked at the time and found that Qiu Yanbao had been showering in there for more than 20 minutes. Did that good-for-nothing think he could escape? She stood up and walked towards the bathroom. The water was still running in the bathroom. She pushed the door open and was about to go in, but the inside was filled with mist. Qiu Yanbao. She was about to head for the bathtub when she felt a sudden pain in the back of her neck. She widened her eyes and tried to turn around, but she was hit again, and her body went limp. Qiu Yanbao stood behind her, looking at her face. He carried her to another room in the presidential suite and put her down. He had just placed Su Peijian's body on the bed when the doorbell rang. There was also a knock on the door. He could hear the urgency in the voice. Qiu Yanbao turned to open the door. The moment the door opened, Hua Jinyao saw Qiu Yanbao, who had taken off his shirt. He clenched his fist and almost swung it at Qiu Yanbao's face. Qiu Yanbao seemed to know his intentions and quickly dodged to the side. It's not a gentleman to bite the hand that feeds him. Hua Jinyao glared at him and was about to go in when he saw the open door. It's not that room, it's this one. Hua Jinyao entered the door and saw Su Qingsang lying on the bed. Because she had drunk alcohol and been drugged, her face was red. She was fully clothed and sleeping soundly. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and went forward to carry Su Qingsang's body. When he met Qiu Yanbo's eyes, his emotions had already calmed down. Thank you. I owe you one. You're welcome. Qiu Yanbo touched the tip of his nose. Don't forget me if there's a good opportunity to work together next time. Of course. Hua Jinyao nodded and walked out with Su Qingsang in his arms. However, he suddenly stopped halfway. Where's Su Peixian? She's asleep in the other room. Hua Jinyao's brows were tightly knitted. Qiu Yanbo seemed to know what he was going to do. You'd better take her away first. You can deal with Su Peixian any time you want. But she drank alcohol and was drugged by Su Peixian. You'd better take her for a checkup. Hua Jinyao nodded. He knew what was more important. Su Qingsang was the most important thing right now. As for Su Peixian, in the past, her little tricks were harmless. He didn't take her seriously. Now, he wouldn't let it go just like that. He raised his feet to leave, but suddenly stopped. He turned around and glanced at Qiu Yanbo. I'll take Su Qingsang to the doctor now. You can leave now. I'll arrange the rest. President Hua, you're really swift and decisive. It seems that you've made up your mind to teach her a lesson today. Of course. Hua Jinyao's voice was very cold. Repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. I've always been like this. If that's the case, then I'll leave first. Don't worry. I won't interfere with what you do next. Thank you. Hua Jinyao nodded and left with Su Qingsang in his arms. He went upstairs and left the hotel. After getting into the car, he made a few calls. His expression was very cold. His knuckles were slightly white as he gripped the phone. The call was connected. Hua Jinyao's voice was as cold as ice. He gave his instructions. The person on the other end of the phone was a little surprised, but he quickly did as he was told. Hua Jinyao hung up the phone. His eyes fell on Su Qingsang's face. He felt lucky again, but he regretted it again. He should have been with her, no matter where she went or what she did. In that case, he wouldn't have given others a chance. He threw the phone aside. He reached out and stroked Su Qingsang's face. I'm really worried about you. He didn't keep a close eye on her, and she and Zhang Yichen were trapped in the ruins of the earthquake. He didn't pay attention again, and she was almost hurt by Qiu Yanbo. Fortunately, Qiu Yanbo was still sensible and knew how to make a choice. Otherwise, he almost didn't dare to think about it. Without thinking too much, he turned around and took Su Qingsang to the hospital. It wasn't far from the hospital where Su Qingsang used to work. The doctor on duty also knew Su Qingsang. He had just met her today. The doctor finished examining Su Qingsang as quickly as possible. It's nothing serious. Although she was drugged, the amount was not large, so there's no need for special treatment. After drinking, go back and make some tea to sober her up. After making sure that Su Qingsang was fine, Hua Jinyao finally relaxed. He carried Su Qingsang and turned to leave. When they got home, Li Qianxue and old Master Li were still awake. Su Qingsang rarely came back, so they were all waiting. Seeing Hua Jinyao carrying Su Qingsang in the door, Li Qianxue stood up immediately. What's wrong? Didn't you go to a party? As soon as she got closer, she smelled the strong smell of alcohol. Li Qianxue's brows furrowed. How much did she drink? Why is she so drunk? Mom, don't worry. I'll take her upstairs to rest first. You sit for a while. I still have something to tell you. His cold expression was different from before. He said, you, instead of you. Li Qianxue and Old Master Li both looked at him, not understanding what was wrong with Hua Jinyao. Hua Jinyao sent Su Qingsang upstairs, changed her clothes for her, and covered her with the quilt. Finally, he kissed her on the forehead, turned around, and went downstairs. At this time, Su Yusin also came downstairs. The three of them sat on the sofa, waiting for Hua Jinyao. Hua Jinyao sat across from them, and his expression was very ugly. This was the first time he showed such an expression since he came to Lin City. Grandpa, Mom. There's something I need to tell you. His serious attitude made Old Master Li and Li Qianxue even more confused. The two elders looked at each other, and finally looked at Hua Jinyao together. What is it? Just say it. Okay. Hua Jinyao nodded and told them what Su Peixian had done that night in a cold voice. Old Master Li and Li Qianxue's expressions changed at the same time. Especially Li Qianxue, she stood up immediately. What did you say? So, Qingsang, did she suffer? Although Su Qingsang was fully dressed when she was carried back, Li Qianxue couldn't help but worry. Qingsang is fine. Hua Jinyao's face was expressionless. That Qiu Yanbo is sensible. He doesn't have the guts. Li Qianxue sat back down. She knew Qiu Yanbo. No matter what, he had known the Li family since he was a child, and his character was generally good. Su Yusin couldn't believe that Su Peixian would do such a thing. Then, Sister Peixian, she is now, you still call her Sister Peixian. Li Qianxue glared at her son, and her voice became colder. Let me tell you, from today on, she is no longer your sister. If you dare to call her your sister, don't call me your mother. Hua Jinyao's focus was not on Su Yusin's address. Grandpa, Mom. What I want to say is, although Qingsang is fine this time, it doesn't mean that Qingsang will be fine in the future. What did that mean? Qingsang was lucky to meet Qiu Yanbo today. Qiu Yanbo is still working with our two families. He doesn't dare to offend us too much. But what about next time? What if Su Peixian finds someone else? Old Master Li and Li Qianxue only felt that their backs were wet. Even Su Yusin was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. They met Qiu Yanbo today. Even if he had the intention, he would have to think about what he would have to face when the Hua family and the Li family attacked the Qiu family together. But if Su Peixian was a little crazier, a little more unscrupulous, then what would happen to Qingsang today? Li Qianxue didn't dare to think about it. She closed her eyes. In her eyes, besides pity for Su Qingsang, there was also hatred and resentment for Su Peixian. No matter what, Su Peixian was the daughter she raised, but now, she did such a thing. She was simply crazy. Chapter 601. What he was going to do was not a little trick. He was going to give her a taste of her own medicine. Su Peixian dared to plot against Su Qingsang, so she had to pay the price. And after that, he would let her taste even more pain. No. Li Qianxue said first, if she dared to do this to Qingsang today, then she is no longer my daughter. I have nothing to do with her anymore. That's right. Old Master Li also said, Peixian has done this, and the Li family will have nothing to do with her in the future. He used to love Su Peixian, and he used to treat her as his own granddaughter. Okay. That was what Hua Jinyao wanted. He knew that Li Qianxue and Old Master Li might not be on Su Peixian's side. But after all, they had raised her for more than 20 years, and they had feelings for each other. Hua Jinyao was not worried that they would not cooperate. If they were not willing to cooperate, he would naturally think of other ways. But today, he had to teach Su Peixian a lesson. Su Yusin did not speak. He sat there, his emotions hard to tell. How did Su Peijian become like this? That was his sister. How did his sister become like this? Also, I have a favor to ask of you, Grandpa and Mom. What do you mean by favor? Just say it. Li Qinxue had roughly guessed what Hu Jinyao wanted to do, but she waited for him to say it himself. Hu Jinyao's eyes swept across the three people in front of him, and finally, with a cold expression, he stated his request. Tomorrow morning, I hope, Mom, that you can publish in the newspaper or make a statement to break off your relationship with Su Peijian. The living room suddenly became silent, and Old Master Li and Li Qinxue both looked at Hu Jinyao. For Su Peijian, this move was really more painful than killing her. I can send her to prison, but I don't want to. That would be too easy for Su Peijian. I want to see her lose all her hope bit by bit. Li Qinxue lowered her head, not because she was soft-hearted, but because she felt a little suffocated. Speaking of which, all these things were caused by Su Qinghui. Li Qinxue closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her eyes were firm. Okay. Okay. In that case, I have nothing else to do. Hu Jinyao stood up and said, I'll go upstairs to see Qingsang. Mom, Grandpa, you guys should rest early. He left, but no one else in the living room felt sleepy. Under such circumstances, who could really fall asleep? Su Yusin looked at Li Qinxue with a conflicted expression. Mom, are you really going to break up with Su Peijian? He didn't manage to call out the word sister, but he felt a little awkward when he called out her full name. That was his sister who had grown up with him. What else? Li Qinxue had been willing to give Su Peijian some face, but now she had cut off the last bit of it. You heard what your brother-in-law said. Even if I don't make a statement, will he let your sister suffer? Not to mention Hu Jinyao, even she wouldn't let Su Qingsang suffer again. Old Master Li didn't say a word. He didn't look too good. Although Su Peijian was no longer his granddaughter, they had been friends for so many years. However, none of them expected Su Peijian to do such a thing. The atmosphere in the living room was quite bad and heavy. Hu Jinyao's hostility faded a lot when he went upstairs and saw Su Qingsang's calm sleeping face. He sat down by the bed and gently stroked Su Qingsang's cheek. In such a short time, he almost experienced the pain of losing her again. Hu Jinyao leaned over and kissed Su Qingsang on the cheek. She didn't wake up. Instead, the corners of her lips curled up slightly because of his kiss. She didn't know what he was dreaming about, but Hu Jinyao's expression softened almost instantly. She didn't know what he was thinking about. Then, it became sharp again. Su Peijian. This time, he was going to ruin her reputation. When Su Peijian opened her eyes, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck. She also had a strange feeling. She seemed to feel a little hot. She stretched and felt as if someone's skin was pressed against hers. Her sixth sense made her quickly open her eyes. The scene in front of her made her whole body freeze. What was going on? Beside her, two men lay on her left and right. Neither of the two men had any clothes on. Not only them, but she was also naked. Su Peijian's eyes widened. The last memory in her mind was that she was knocked unconscious by Qiu Yanbo yesterday. Damn Qiu Yanbo, how dare he knock her out? Su Peijian was furious. She raised her foot and was about to kick the man beside her off the bed. However, the man woke up at this moment. Miss Su, you're awake. The man was good-looking, but he looked a little effeminate. Su Peijian hated men like this the most. Get out of here. Su Peijian kicked the man's body. The man leaned to the side and quickly got up again. He approached Su Peijian. Miss Su, are you complaining that I didn't satisfy you yesterday? But I helped you call Hero over. He should have satisfied you, right? As he spoke, Hero also woke up. When he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately hugged Su Peijian. Miss Su, you're awake. Were you satisfied with my service yesterday? Get lost. Su Peijian raised her hand and was about to push the man away. Hero hugged her tightly. Miss Su, if you're not satisfied, we can do it again today. With that, he hugged Su Peijian and was about to kiss her. How could Su Peijian let him have his way? She tilted her head, intending to slap the man. However, the man in front of her followed and held her hand. All right, Miss Su, don't be angry. We'll satisfy you now. Do you know who I am? Get out of here. Su Peijian was furious. She struggled to get up, but the two men just had their hands on her. Before she could break free, the door of the hotel room was suddenly opened. A large group of reporters rushed in. Su Peijian was instantly flustered. She quickly pulled up the blanket to cover her body. However, it was already a step too late. Those people had taken a lot of photos. You bunch of bastards, get out of here. Miss Su, may I ask how long you've been like this? Miss Su, did you call two gigolos at once because one couldn't satisfy you? Miss Su, did you become like this because you broke off your engagement with Mr. Cho? Miss Su, what caused you to become like this? Miss Su, did these two gigolos have a long-term relationship with you? Miss Su, may I ask, get out. All of you, get out. If Su Peijian still didn't know that she had been set up by someone at this time, then she would have lived for more than 20 years in vain. She grabbed the pillow on the bed and threw it at the reporters. This action almost caused her to expose herself again. She had no choice but to cover her body with the blanket. If you don't get out now, wait for the lawyer's letter. Su Peijian said coldly, but the group of reporters ignored her and continued to take photos. If you continue to take photos, I will definitely make you suffer. Do you want me to remind you who I am? Su Peijian's voice couldn't make the reporters afraid at all. One of the reporters looked at Su Peijian. His voice sounded as if he was sympathetic. Miss Su, it seems that you really don't know. Your mother, who is the current CEO of the Li Corporation, just this morning. She has already announced that she has severed her relationship with you. What did you say? Su Peijian's eyes widened and she looked at the reporter in disbelief. Say it again. I said, your mother has already announced that she has severed her relationship with you. If you don't believe me, you can watch the news yourself. Su Peijian turned around and was about to look for her phone, but the reporters refused to leave. Instead, they interviewed the two gigolos. The one called Ah Quan seemed a little embarrassed. We were called over by Miss Su yesterday. In the past, she only called one, but now she feels that one is not enough to satisfy her, so she called me here too. By the way, when you want to publish, remember to censor it. Otherwise, I can also sue you for infringement. Su Peijian didn't have the mood to care about the nonsense of the two gigolos. She was almost naked, but she didn't have the mood to care. She found her phone on the bedside table and flipped through the news. Soon, she saw Li Qianxue's statement. In that statement, Li Qianxue said that her behavior was wrong and that what she had done had brought shame to the family. Now, she especially severed her relationship with Su Peijian. From today onwards, Su Peijian was no longer the daughter of the Su family, nor was she the daughter of the Li family. And everything about the Li Corporation, the Su family, and the Li family had nothing to do with Su Peijian. There were two statements. One was a paper statement. It included the notarial certificate that Li Qianxue had handed over to the lawyer to deal with to sever their relationship as mother and daughter. The other was a video interview. Li Qinxue sat in her own office in the Li Corporation and explained everything with a sorrowful and regretful attitude. Su Peijian sat there in a daze. She didn't even notice when the reporters finished their interviews and left. The room quieted down. The two gigolos had already put on their clothes and were about to leave. Stop. Su Peijian seemed to have only just reacted. She said coldly and glared at the two people in front of her. Ignoring the fact that she was still naked, she walked in front of the two people. Who asked you to come? Miss Su, wasn't it you who asked us to come? Hiro laughed, and it was a frivolous laugh. Su Peijian nodded. She raised her hand and slapped them in the face, one on the left and one on the right. Really? Did I ask you to come? Ah, Quan was slapped. He tilted his head and wasn't angry. He looked at Su Peijian and chuckled. Are you angry? You were the one who asked us to come. Su Peijian gritted her teeth. What else did she not understand now? She had been put on a show. Needless to say, the person who had done this to her must be Hu Jinyao. Good, very good. Su Peijian gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled Ah Quan over. She lifted her leg and kicked him in the crotch. Ah Quan was in pain. Su Peijian glared at the man beside her with a cold gaze. Stop. The gigolo was shocked and quickly protected his important parts. Don't do anything rash. Otherwise, I'll call the police and sue you for intentional injury. Intentional injury? Su Peijian sneered. Before that, I'll sue you for rape. Su Peijian really couldn't take it lying down. She took out her phone as if she was going to call the police. However, the man laughed as if he was mocking Su Peijian. Miss Su, you were the one who asked us to come. We still have the call records from your phone. How are you going to sue us? That's right. Ah Quan also reacted. He straightened his body and walked in front of Su Peijian. Miss Su, you were the one who asked us to come and you were the one who asked us to serve you well. What? Are you not going to admit it now? Su Peijian was not angry. She raised her foot and kicked Ah Quan again. Ah Quan pulled another person up. She's crazy. Let's go quickly. Su Peijian's chest kept rising and falling. After everyone left, she screamed and was about to go crazy. Her reputation was now completely ruined. It was ruined by Hu Jinyao and Qiu Yanbo. No, it was Hu Jinyao. If it wasn't for him. Qiu Yanbo didn't have the guts. She gritted her teeth. Her breath was stuck there, and she almost vomited blood. Hu Jinyao, Su Qingsang, you guys are so ruthless. Really too ruthless. And Li Qianxue, Su Qingsang slept a little late. She had drunk alcohol and was drugged. When she woke up, she felt a headache. She opened her eyes. Before she could get up, a pair of hands rubbed her forehead. The strength was neither light nor heavy. It gently rubbed her forehead, making her feel very comfortable. She couldn't help but open her eyes to look. When she met Hu Jinyao's face, she suddenly smiled. Does your head still hurt? There's some hangover soup. Mom asked someone to make it. Drink it first. Su Qingsang blinked and didn't get up. It's so comfortable. Rub it for me a little longer. This person was even ordering him around. Hu Jinyao wasn't annoyed, but his hands didn't stop moving. Su Qingsang yawned. What time is it? It's almost lunchtime. What time did you say it was? I slept for so long. Fortunately, they were in Lin City and didn't have to go to work. Su Qingsang suddenly sat up again. How did I come back yesterday? Why can't I remember? Hu Jinyao looked at her. Sometimes, He really felt that Su Qingsang's vigilance was too weak. But who would have thought that Su Peijian would be so bold as to dare to hit him directly? Thinking of this, he felt that the punishment he gave her yesterday was too light. He had to make Su Peijian even more miserable, even more pathetic. However, Su Qingsang felt that something was wrong. I was knocked out yesterday, wasn't I? The only thing she could remember was that she had been knocked unconscious. Hua Jinyao looked at her, helped her up, and let her lean against him. After briefly explaining what Su Peijian had done, Su Qingsang's body froze and didn't move. Hua Jinyao looked at her without much worry in his eyes. What do you want to do? You can tell me. He only punished Su Peijian first, and let Su Qingsang do the rest. Su Qingsang's head still hurt a little. She looked at the hangover tea on the side, picked it up, and drank it. When she felt a little better, she looked at Hua Jinyao. Can you tell me first what you did? Don't worry about what I did. Think about what kind of price you want her to pay first. I'll help you vent your anger. Su Qingsang glanced at him and was about to say something. Xiaoyu had already come upstairs to ask them to go downstairs for dinner. Let's talk about this later. Su Qingsang didn't want to talk about Su Peijian for now. By the way, you didn't tell Mom, did you? Yes. Such a big thing, of course, had to be told. Su Qingsang was a little worried. My mom, what are you thinking? Do you think Mom will let Su Peijian go after doing such a thing? What did he mean? Su Qingsang quickly understood, because after dinner, she habitually swiped her phone. As a result, she saw the hottest news of the day. Su Peijian's news had now become the biggest news in Lin City. The former eldest daughter of the Su family has now been announced by her mother in the newspaper to dissolve their mother-daughter relationship. The eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Peijian, actually slept with 2 gigolos in one night. Her private life is a mess. The eldest daughter of the Su family is unrestrained, causing her mother to be dissatisfied. She dissolved their relationship. You don't know that the second-generation daughter of a wealthy family has a dissolute private life. She spent a night with 2 gigolos. The secrets of a wealthy family, the things that have to be said about the eldest daughter of the Su family. News like this filled Su Qingsang's screen after she got out of bed and got her phone. Su Qingsang was shocked by the news. She couldn't help but look at Hua Jinyao. Su Peijian had just dealt with her yesterday, and today she encountered such a thing. She would never believe that this had nothing to do with Hua Jinyao. Don't look at these news, there's nothing to see. This is you. Su Qingsang looked around. Old Master Li and Li Qinchue had already gone to the living room outside after dinner. At this time, only she and Hua Jinyao were in the corridor. It's me. Hua Jinyao's face was calm. Su Qingsang bit her lip. She hadn't thought about how to fight back against Su Peijian, but Hua Jinyao had already made the first move. You already dealt with her, and you still ask me what I plan to do. This doesn't count. This was not called dealing. Perhaps he should let Su Qingsang know what he would do if he really wanted to deal with someone. This is just a small punishment. If you still want to vent your anger, just tell me. Tell me what? She had nothing to say since he had already done what he had to do. Don't tell me that you sympathize with her. It's not sympathy. I don't have the energy to think about sympathizing with someone who wants to hurt me. I just feel a little emotional. If their identities hadn't been switched, if Su Peijian was still the eldest daughter of the Su family, then, even if she and Su Peijian couldn't be close on the surface, at least they wouldn't be at each other's throats today. I won't allow you to use kindness and sympathy on such a person. Hua Jinyao wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer to him. Let me tell you, my punishment is already very light. I just gave her a taste of her own medicine. Chapter 602. The hooker incident this morning, coupled with Li Qianxue's statement, added together, had a huge impact. Even if Su Peijian was only an illegitimate daughter of the Su family, at least people didn't know about it publicly and would give her some face. The most direct effect now was to cut off Su Peijian's path of retreat. Because Su Peijian's face had been torn off, no one in the entire Lin city would give Su Peijian face in the future. In that case, even if she wanted to hurt Su Qingsang, she wouldn't have the ability to do so. Su Qingsang could think of these things and also understood what such a punishment meant to Su Peijian. She didn't speak, but her expression seemed to be a little conflicted. Don't tell me you're still sympathizing with that woman. A woman like Su Peijian didn't deserve sympathy at all. Not to mention this time, hadn't she made things difficult for Su Qingsang in Rong City again and again? If Su Qingsang softened her heart to her, Wu Jinyao was afraid that he would be ruthless again. I didn't. Su Qingsang wasn't that kind of saint. If she really let Su Peijian have her way, the one who would be ruined now would be her. Then you don't seem happy. Su Qingsang shook her head. She didn't pity Su Peijian. She just thought of Xiang Kaiping. If Xiang Kaiping knew that Su Peijian had fallen into such a situation, what would she do? Qingsang. I just feel sorry for Auntie. Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping had been together for a few months. No matter what, there was affection. She didn't believe that Wu Jinyao didn't have any sympathy for Xiang Kaiping. Wu Jinyao was silent. From the beginning to the end, no matter what happened all these years, Xiang Kaiping was innocent. Moreover, Xiang Kaiping was indeed a good person. She was good to him and Su Qingsang. At that time, she also gave her heart and soul to them. Don't think about it. This isn't what you want. But I always feel that I've wronged her. Su Qingsang hugged Wu Jinyao's waist and whispered in a low voice, I always can't help but think that if I insisted on not saying it, if I pretended that nothing happened, if I continued to live with Auntie as my illegitimate daughter, would she have a much better life now? Don't think that. This is not your fault. Wu Jinyao wrapped his arms around her waist to give her strength and support. I know. Su Qingsang understood that none of this had anything to do with her, but she said, I can't control it. I can't help it. Before she left Rong City for Xi City, she went to see Xiang Kaiping. She didn't look well. What she was like when she was with us, and what she is like now. You didn't see it. If you had seen it, you would have seen it. Su Qingsang knew that Xiang Caiping's loneliness had something to do with Su Peijian. With Su with Xiang. Whatever Su Peijian did was Su Peijian's business, but Xiang Kaiping was the one who had to bear the consequences. If Auntie finds out, she will break down. She had visited Xiang Kaiping a few times now. Even though Xiang Kaiping could not treat her as her daughter like she used to, her words and her entire demeanor showed that she was close to her. Su Qingsang Su. Su Jinyao. Su pressing she put her, with Su with, she put it. I can't imagine what Auntie will do if she finds out. If you're worried about her, you can go back to Rong City to see her. I'm afraid my mom will be unhappy. She could tell that Li Qianxue didn't like her being too close to Xiang Kaiping. I don't think so. Just don't let Mom know. Su Qingsang nodded. She looked up at Wu Jinyao. Sometimes, I feel like I can't handle anything well. I can't seem to do anything right. She should be close to Li Qianxue, but she always worried about Xiang Kaiping. She knew that it would make Li Qianxue unhappy, but she couldn't care less. You've done a good job. Wu Jinyao rubbed her hair and said softly, don't think too much. Su Qingsang glanced at Hu Jinyao. I don't want to. But I have to see Auntie when I go back. Su Peijian has no future in Lin City, so she can only go back to Rong City. When that time comes, you can tell Auntie what she did. I believe she will understand. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Su Qingsang shook her head. She couldn't bear it. Although Auntie is not very old, her health is not very good. I won't let her worry if I can. Let's not talk about it. I said, it's up to you. Hu Jinyao's words made Su Qingsang cast a sidelong glance at him. She seemed to be a little dissatisfied. You take after me all the time. Why don't I see you giving me an idea? Su Qingsang asked. Honey, you've really wronged me. Don't you know that I have no bottom line when it comes to you? Of course, I will do whatever you say. Su Qingsang finally had a smile on her face. She punched Hu Jinyao's chest. Let's go. Grandpa and the others are still outside. Okay. Hu Jinyao and Su Qingsang went out to the living room. They didn't notice that Li Qianxue was standing at the other end of the corridor. Her face was a little pale. Su Peijian was in her apartment. She looked at the TV screen in front of her. Her news was not only on the hot search list, but also on TV. She really didn't know that she, Su Peijian, was so famous. There were many wine bottles on the coffee table in front of her, and a third of them were already empty. Su Peijian poured herself a glass of wine. Before she could drink it, the doorbell rang. Su Peijian didn't want to open the door, but the doorbell kept ringing. Su Peijian looked impatient, but she still stood up to open the door. Unexpectedly, the person outside the door was Su Qinghui. Seeing that it was Su Qinghui, Su Peijian smiled. What are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Su Qinghui thought of today's news and couldn't believe that the woman on the news was his daughter. Peijian, aren't you in Rong City? Why are you back? And, how did you become like this? You. Mr. Su. Su Peijian interrupted him. If I remember correctly, you broke off your father-daughter relationship with me a long time ago. So, in what capacity are you lecturing me now? When did I say that I broke off my relationship with you? Did I remember wrongly? Su Peijian sneered. Why do I remember that when I was in Rong City, you said that I had nothing to do with you? Su Peijian. He didn't say that. He said that Su Peijian had nothing to do with the Li family. All right. What do you want to teach me? Say it now. Su Peijian leaned against the door. She had no intention of letting Su Qinghui in. Su Qinghui looked at her face. Her indifferent attitude shocked him. You. How did you become like this? Not only her attitude, but her face was also really ugly. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face looked a little gray. He also smelled the alcohol on Su Peijian. What did I become? Su Qingsang sneered. What? Did you come here today to avenge your precious daughter? Then come on. I'm all ears. You can leave when you're done. Avenge who? Su Qinghui didn't understand. I'm talking about today's news. How could you be so depraved? Depraved? Su Peijian laughed. Her voice was very cold. Am I depraved? Why don't you ask your good son-in-law what he did? What do you mean? What do I mean? Su Peijian's lips were full of mockery. Do you think I'm that hungry and thirsty? Ha! So hungry and thirsty that I had to call a prostitute. Su Qinghui was silent. Of course, he didn't want to believe that the daughter he raised would do such a thing. Because of this, Su Qinghui came to her and wanted to ask for clarification. Yesterday, your good son-in-law called a prostitute for me. I was knocked out. And he hit me when I was down. Su Qinghui's eyes widened. He didn't believe Su Peijian's words. That's impossible. Fine, if you say it's impossible, then it's impossible. Please. I have nothing to say to you. Su Qinghui stood still. His face was full of pain as he looked at Su Peijian's current state. You, Peijian. Tell me honestly, what did you do? If you didn't do anything, why would Hu Ji now target you? Mr. Su. Your question is so strange. What did I do? What can I do now? Don't forget that Su Qingsang is now the wife of the president of Tianyu Group. Hu Ji is the president of Tianyu Group. What can I do? You should ask Hu Ji what he did. He just dealt with Hu Yifan a few days ago and drove him out of the Hu family. Now it's my turn. Mr. Su, I also want to ask something. Is it that after I'm no longer the daughter of the Li family, I'm not even a human anymore? I don't even have the right to stand in the same city and breathe the same sky as them. Su Qinghui didn't understand. He could guess that things weren't that simple. All right. Anyway, I already know that whether it's you or Li Qinchue, you don't see me as your daughter anymore. In that case, you don't have to come here to express your fake concern. I don't need it. Peijian. Su Qinghui had a lot to say, but now he didn't know what to say. He looked a little conflicted. He was more heartbroken than helpless about Su Peijian becoming like this. Go abroad. Which country do you want to go to? I'll help you with the procedures. You can leave here and live abroad. You can, Mr. Su. You have nothing to do with me anymore. In that case, where I go and how I live has nothing to do with you. Now, please, you're not welcome here. Peijian. Su Qinghui really felt that it would be better for Su Qingsang to leave here and start over. Please, unfortunately, Su Peijian didn't want to give him such a chance. She closed the door with a bang. Su Qinghui looked at the closed door for a long time. He raised his hand and put it down again. Finally, he left helplessly. Su Qingsang and Hu Jinyao stayed in Lin City for another 2 days before returning to Rong City. Su Qingsang was fine. She participated in the rescue, so the hospital gave her a holiday. She would even be praised when she returned. However, Hu Jinyao had been out for so many days, and his work had been delayed a lot. Although he had dealt with a lot of work through email and video conferences, there were still many things that needed to be solved when he returned. Especially when he heard yesterday that Hu Yifan had gone to look for Hu Mingguang. After coming out of Hu Mingguang's office, Hu Yifan actually returned to Tianyu Group. Although he was no longer the vice president, Hu Mingguang gave him a special team. It had only been 2 days, and the situation had changed so much. Hu Jinyao really wanted to know what kind of plan Hu Yifan had come up with to make Hu Mingguang pay so much attention to it. After dinner, Old Master Li called Hu Jinyao to the study to play chess. When Li Qinchue entered the door, she saw Su Qingsang packing her luggage. In fact, there weren't many things. Most of them were gifts that Li Qinchue and Old Master Li had asked Su Qingsang to bring to Old Master Hua. Mom. Seeing Li Qinchue enter the door, Su Qingsang put down the things in her hands. Why aren't you sleeping yet? I came to see you. To talk to you. Li Qinchue looked at Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang had been resting well these past few days. Her complexion was much better than when she had just returned from the disaster area. You're leaving tomorrow. I really can't bear to part with you. I can't bear to part with you either. In the past few days, Li Qinchue had been treating her well in all kinds of ways. She had been very considerate in all aspects of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. She knew that Li Qianxue was good to her and was very grateful. Mom, don't worry. It's only 2 hours from Rome City to Lin City. I'll come back to see you often when I'm free. Besides, you can come and see me when you're not busy. 2 hours isn't a long time, but it's another city after all. I'm not by your side. I'm always afraid that you won't be able to take care of yourself. How can that be? I'm not a child. In my eyes, you're no different from a child. Li Qianxue also knew about what had happened this time. She was already very disappointed with Su Peixian. You ran into something like that when you went out for a meal. Qing Sang, do you understand how I feel? I'm really worried about you. Mom. I'll be more careful next time. Su Qingsang also knew that she had been careless this time. But how did she know that Su Peixian would do such a thing? I promise, there won't be a next time. Don't worry. Li Qianxue knew that she was simple-minded. When it came to scheming, she was afraid that she was no match for Su Peixian. Su Peixian had nothing now. She was afraid that she would hit the bottom, and when that time came, she would go crazy. Why don't you go back to Rong City and ask Hua Jinyao to find 2 people to follow you and protect you? Mom. Su Qingsang touched her forehead. I'm a doctor. Do you think it's appropriate for me to have 2 bodyguards? How is it inappropriate? Your safety is always the first priority. Mom. Su Qingsang was extremely helpless. Don't worry, I really will protect myself. I'll be careful next time I go out. She would naturally be careful when she went out, but what if she sent herself to the door? She heard the conversation between Su Qingsang and Hua Jinyao that day. She knew that Su Qingsang would have to visit Xiang Kaiping after returning to Rong City. No matter how angry Li Qianxue was about this, it was useless. Xiang Kaiping recognized Su Qingsang first. She and Su Qingsang had feelings for each other. But Xiang Kaiping was Su Peixian's biological mother. Now Su Peixian had become like this because of them. Su Qingsang had good intentions and sympathized with Xiang Kaiping. But what if Xiang Kaiping felt that she and Hua Jinyao had caused Su Peixian to become like this and wanted to take revenge? Li Qianxue didn't want to think too much of people, but as a parent, she had to be more worried. Mom. Su Qingsang's voice brought Li Qianxue back to her senses. She looked at Su Qingsang and was about to tell her not to visit Xiang Kaiping when she returned to Rong City. It wasn't that she was stingy or jealous. That was part of the reason. But more than that, she was worried that Xiang Kaiping might hurt Su Qingsang because of Su Peixian. However, before she could say anything, Xiaoyu came upstairs and said that Su Qinghui was here. As soon as she heard that Su Qinghui was here, Li Qianxue's face suddenly darkened. What is he doing here? Kick him out. The Li family doesn't welcome him. Madam, Sir said that he's here to see Miss Su. When Su Qingsang went downstairs, Su Qinghui was sitting on the sofa in the living room. There was a big box in front of him. It was obvious what was inside. Dad. Qingsang. Su Qingsang walked to Su Qinghui and sat down opposite him. How did you know I was here? I asked around and found out. Thinking of what happened to Su Peixian the day before yesterday, Su Qinghui couldn't help but look at Su Qingsang a few more times. His eyes were calm, and his expression was peaceful. It didn't seem like anything had happened. Qingsang, have you seen Peixian recently? Peixian? No. She was just drugged by Su Peixian and wanted to destroy her innocence. The 2 of them really didn't touch each other. No. If she hadn't seen Su Peixian, didn't that mean that the 2 of them didn't have a conflict? Yes. Su Qingsang raised her eyebrows and was a little confused. Dad, why are you asking this? You should have heard about what happened to Peijian, right? I know a little. Knowing a little meant that she knew a lot. Su Qinghui looked at Su Qingsang as if he was trying to find out her real thoughts. Did Hu Jinniao do that? Yes. It was indeed Hu Jinniao's doing. Su Qingsang didn't want to deny it. Su Qinghui's face turned red for a moment. He sat there and almost fell into a gloomy atmosphere. You guys, he suddenly stood up and looked at Su Qingsang. Why? Why what? Su Qingsang didn't seem to understand. Why did you do this? Su Qinghui knew that he had made a big mistake, but at this moment, he really felt that his heart was stuck. He couldn't let it go up or down. He walked back and forth 2 steps, then suddenly stopped and stared at Su Qingsang. You guys can't tolerate her so much. Just because she made things difficult for you at the Tianyu Group's banquet last time. Su Qingsang didn't answer Su Qinghui's words. She looked at Su Qinghui and sighed in her heart. No matter how speechless Su Qinghui was about Su Peijian's actions. In his heart, he still thought about Su Peijian. He had pure father-daughter feelings for her. Qingsang, why didn't I know that you guys have become like this? They found Su Peijian a gigolo and ruined her reputation. They even made Li Qianxue issue a statement to sever their mother-daughter relationship. You guys are too ruthless. Su Qingsang didn't say anything. She had always known that in Su Qinghui's heart, she couldn't compare to Su Peijian. Therefore, she was too lazy to refute the accusations against him and the blame he had now. Su Qinghui knew that he owed Su Qingsang a lot. But this debt was caused by him, not by Su Peijian. Qingsang, no matter what, Peijian is your sister. She is innocent in this matter. How can you do this? What's wrong with Qingsang? Li Qianxue went downstairs and happened to hear the last few words. Her expression suddenly changed. Su Qinghui, tell me. How is Qingsang vicious? Su Qinghui looked at Li Qianxue. At this moment, her eyes were sharp and aggressive. For a moment, he almost thought that the two of them had returned to the scene of tit-for-tat. Qianxue, I know you hate me. I also know that I am the one who caused all the fault. But no matter what, Peijian was raised by you. Don't you think it's too ruthless to treat her like this? Su Qinghui. Li Qianxue had long given up on Su Qinghui and no longer loved this man. However, his accusations, especially his accusations against Su Qingsang, made Li Qianxue extremely angry. Su Qinghui, who are you calling ruthless? She took 2 steps forward. Her aggressive appearance made Su Qingsang a little worried. She stood up as if she wanted to stop Li Qianxue, but Li Qianxue waved her hand away. She stood in front of Su Qinghui. The expression on her face was disdain, disgust, and deep hatred. Su Qinghui, who can be more ruthless than you? Who can be more ruthless than you and your daughter? Ha! You say I'm ruthless, and you say Qingsang is ruthless. Why don't you say how ruthless you were when you replaced my daughter? Su Qinghui's lips moved. He wanted to say that he already knew he was wrong and had been punished. However, Li Qianxue didn't give him a chance at all. Yes, now that you've come to my door and accused Qingsang, why don't you think about your good daughter, your precious daughter? What did she do? If I was really ruthless, I would have broken off all relations with Su Peijian long ago after I came back from Rong City. Why didn't I? I cared about the last bit of mother-daughter love, but what about Su Peijian? Do you want to hear what she did? Before you blame Qingsang, why don't you first ask what Su Peijian did to Qingsang? Every time she asked a question, she took a step forward. Su Qinghui was repeatedly questioned by her. He had already retreated to the corner of the sofa. Qianxue youth Su Qinghui thought of Su Peixian's grievances and how she had lost everything. Now, even her reputation was ruined. For the past 2 days, the trending searches on Weibo and the local news had been reporting on this matter. There was no sign of the popularity subsiding at all. Su Qinghui still felt sorry for Su Peixian when he thought of her hiding in the house and drinking alone. She was the child that he had raised, so he wanted to ask Su Qingsang about it. Of course, he also hoped that the relationship between the two sisters could be eased and not become like enemies. However, looking at Li Qianxue's attitude now, he suddenly felt a little uncertain and a little panicked. That panic made the way he looked at Li Qianxue changed. Chapter 603. Don't call me that. You calling my name makes me want to vomit. Li Qianxue's words were sharp and merciless. She looked at Su Qinghui and pointed at the door. Get out of here. Qianxue, do you have to do this? Can't we talk it out? Talk it out. Who wants to talk it out with you? Have you talked it out with Qingsang? Li Qianxue thought of all the good things Su Peixian had done and all the grievances Su Qingsang had suffered. Okay, if you want to talk it out, I'll talk it out with you. You should know what good things your precious daughter has done. With a cold face, she suppressed the anger in her heart and briefly told him what Su Peixian had done a few days ago. She was satisfied to see Su Qinghui's expression change. Qianxue, what did you say? Was this true? He couldn't help but look at Su Qingsang and found that her face was indifferent. Obviously, she was also dissatisfied with him now. Li Qianxue sneered. She was still partial to him. How could he come to her door and criticize her daughter like this? That was enough. What did I say? Do you think I would lie to you? Li Qianxue sneered. Let me tell you, I don't want to do such a thing. As she spoke, she turned to look at Su Qingsang. Her eyes were full of pity and guilt. If Qingsang hadn't been lucky enough to meet Qiu Yanbo, if Su Peixian had just asked a man to hurt Qingsang, would Qingsang still be standing here today? Of course, this era was much more tolerant of women. But what was Su Qingsang's status now? She was the wife of the president of Tianyu Group, the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the Huo family. Hua Jinyao was just giving her a taste of her own medicine. You came here just like that and criticized your other daughter in order to help her vent her anger. Su Qinghui, you are such a good father to Qingsang. Su Qinghui's expression had changed a few times. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. He asked Su Qingsang just now, and she said that she had never seen Su Peixian. Su Qingsang stood to the side and didn't say anything. She was a little helpless and a little hopeless. She looked at Su Qinghui without the intimacy at first. Su Qinghui felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Why didn't you say it just now? If she had said it, he wouldn't have misunderstood. You started blaming Qingsang as soon as you came in. What do you want her to say? Li Qianxue was so angry that she almost laughed. Su Qinghui, you're really biased. Su Peixian is your daughter, but Qingsang is not your daughter, is she? Su Qinghui was speechless. He looked at the anger on Li Qianxue's face and knew that he had messed up again. Qianxue, I seem to remember telling you that you owe Qingsang a lot. You owe her your whole life. Su Qinghui, do you know that the person you should compensate the most is Qingsang? But how did you do it? You allowed Su Peixian to hurt her. You allowed her to scheme against Qingsang. In your heart, you don't even see Qingsang as your daughter. Su Qinghui stood there awkwardly. Qianxue, I didn't. You didn't. Let's not talk about what Su Peixian did. Would Ji Niao only punished her a little? Even if I really wanted to deal with Su Peijian, so what? Li Qianxue was also angry. She said without thinking, she's been occupying Qingsang's place for so many years and wronged Qingsang for so many years. Even if I want to break off relations with her, so what? Her attitude was sharp and aggressive. With every word she said, the anger on her face grew. Su Chenghui kept retreating. He knew that he had made a mistake this time. Qingsang, I'm sorry. He turned to look at Li Qianxue, and the expression in his eyes became more and more obscure. Qianxue, I'm sorry. Sorry. I don't need it. Li Qianxue didn't accept it at all. Those 3 words were too cheap. You're always like this. After you hurt someone, you always say sorry so casually. How can there be such a good thing in this world? You want others to forgive you just because you say sorry. You want them to forget all the mistakes you've done. I didn't mean that. Su Chenghui was very regretful. He seemed to be wrong again. Time and time again. He had clearly decided that no matter what happened, he would stand by Li Qianxue's side, but now, things had turned out like this. This was his fault. He wanted to apologize, but the word sorry really became too light. Qianxue, I promise, I won't do this in the future. No need. Su Chenghui, we don't need your future. We can live a better life without you. Li Qianxue pointed at the door again as she spoke. Su Chenghui, get lost. You're not welcome here. Su Chenghui looked at Li Qianxue and his lips moved. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain. He originally wanted to repair his relationship with Li Qianxue, but recently, these things happened one after another. Not only did he fail to repair his relationship with Li Qianxue, but it also made the relationship between the two of them worse and worse. This was something Su Chenghui didn't expect and didn't want to see. Qianxue. Could she give him another chance? So that he could make up for his mistakes. He really knew that he was wrong. I said, get lost. Li Qianxue was very angry. She was really tired of Su Chenghui. Su Chenghui, go feel sorry for your precious daughter. You don't treat Qingsang as your daughter anyway. Also, we're divorced. Whether it's me or Qingsang, from now on, we have nothing to do with you. Please don't appear in front of us again. I'm not. Su Chenghui wanted to defend himself, but Li Qianxue didn't want to listen. She pushed Su Chenghui and asked someone to chase him out. The people who worked in the Li family all knew that Su Chenghui was the original master, but at this moment, they also looked embarrassed. Su Chenghui looked at this situation and knew that it was useless for him to stay any longer. He could only plan for the future. He looked at Li Qianxue and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. So many words were stuck in his throat. In the end, he helplessly lowered his shoulders and left, looking dispirited. After he left, Li Qianxue walked to the sofa and sat down. Her condition wasn't much better than Su Chenghui's. She looked extremely tired. But soon, she stood up again. Looking at Su Qingsang standing beside her, she went forward and hugged her. She didn't say anything, but her expression was full of guilt. Mom, don't be angry. Compared with Li Qianxue's anger, Su Qingsang's sadness and discomfort only lasted for a while. She had long been used to it. She was used to Su Chenghui not caring about her. He didn't care about her either. She didn't feel very sad. What made her uncomfortable was Li Qianxue's attitude. Imperceptibly, her relationship with Su Chenghui seemed to be getting worse and worse. Li Qianxue shook her head. She stepped back a little and patted Su Qingsang's cheek. Okay, you continue to pack your things. I'll go with you. Mom. Don't worry, I'm fine. She had already gotten over the biggest blow. This situation couldn't hurt her anymore. She just felt wronged for Su Qingsang. Qingsang, I'm sorry. Su Qingsang shook her head and took Li Qianxue's hand upstairs. Mom, let's go. Accompany me to pack my luggage. Didn't you have something to say to me just now? Li Qianxue thought of what she was about to say just now, and her lips moved. If you go back to Rong City, remember, yes. Remember to be on guard against Su Peixian. Not only her, but we have to stay away from people related to her. Li Qianxue still said it in the end. She believed that Su Qingsang would understand. Okay. Su Qingsang nodded and didn't object. Mom, don't worry. I won't let Su Peixian have a chance to bully me again. Besides, I don't think she can care about it now. After this incident, it was basically impossible for Su Peixian to marry into the Hua family. Her reputation in Lin City had already been ruined. She believed that she wouldn't be able to cause any waves. Mom, I'm not saying that you have to think so badly of her. It's just that she's no longer the Su Peixian from before. I'm always afraid that she'll hurt you again if there's a chance. Don't worry. Mom, I know. I know what I'm doing. That's good. Li Qianxue reminded her again and again, but no matter how worried she was, Su Qingsang still had to go to Rong City with Hua Jinyao. Now, she could only remind Hua Jinyao again and ask him to protect Su Qingsang. It was already afternoon when Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang got off the plane. The two of them got into Yang Wenchang's car. Hua Jinyao asked Su Qingsang to go home and rest, while he went to the company. Su Qingsang knew that he must have a lot of work to deal with during this period, so she didn't argue with him. She just said that she could go to the old house. She brought a gift from home for old Master Hua, and since she was back, she had to say hello to Lu Tongjia. Hua Jinyao didn't object. He asked Yang Wenchang to send him to the company first, and then to send Su Qingsang to the Hua family. It was such a coincidence that he entered the Tianyu group. Hui Yifan happened to come downstairs. Several people followed behind him. Hua Jinyao glanced at them and saw a few familiar faces. He remembered that these people were from the research and development team, but now they were all following behind Hui Yifan. Hua Jinyao narrowed his eyes slightly, and Hui Yifan naturally saw him. He spoke to his secretary next to him, and the group of people stood there without moving. He walked straight to Hua Jinyao. Brother, you're back. Hua Jinyao looked relaxed and chuckled. Yes. I'm back. You're not the only one back. I'm back too. There was a double meaning in his words. Hua Jinyao nodded. Yes, I can see that. It was Uncle who asked me to come back. Hui Yifan added with a smile, speaking of which, Uncle seems to be still in the company today. Do you want to go upstairs to look for him? There was an invisible intimacy in his voice, as if he was Hua Mingguang's son. Hua Jinyao wouldn't argue with Hui Yifan over such a boring matter. He took a step to the side. You seem to be going out. Please. Yes. The research and development team has been very helpful these days. Everyone has worked hard. I said I'd treat them to a meal and reward them. By the way, you probably don't know the case we're working on now, do you? It doesn't matter. Uncle has a copy of my plan. You can ask him to show it to you. I don't mind. After saying this, Hui Yifan went back to the group of people. Compared to the past, the pride on his face couldn't be concealed. Hua Jinyao narrowed his eyes and watched Hui Yifan leave with the group of people. Finally, he stepped forward and went to the president's exclusive elevator. Hua Mingguang was indeed in the company today. Hu Jinyao entered the door and looked him up and down. He found that Hu Jinyao was only slightly tanned, and he seemed to be in good spirits. You still know to come back. Putting the documents in his hand aside, Hu Mingguang's voice was indeed a little dissatisfied. Don't you think about who you are? You came so far away to do good deeds. Why? Is there no good deeds in Rome City for you to do? Hu Jinyao didn't answer his question. He took a few steps forward and sat down opposite Hu Mingguang. When I came up just now, I ran into Hu Yifan. The accusation on Hu Mingguang's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at Hu Jinyao with an uncomfortable expression. Dad. I really want to know what method he used to persuade you to let him re-entertain you. Jinyao. Hu Mingguang's voice was filled with helplessness. Yifan is your cousin. Yes. He's my cousin, a cousin who thinks of ways to pull me down from the position of president all day long. A cousin who wants to replace me all the time. Jinyao. Hu Mingguang's expression became serious. What nonsense are you talking about? What happened last time was a moment of confusion. All these years, he can be considered to have done his best for the company. Why do you keep staring at his shortcomings? Hu Jinyao's lips were pursed into a straight line. He stared straight at Hu Mingguang, making Hu Mingguang feel a little uncomfortable. He finally spoke. Dad, Hu Yifan is your son, right? What are you saying? Hu Mingguang was angry. Do you think I'm deliberately favoring him? That's because he's really good at things. As he spoke, he took out a plan from the drawer. I knew you wouldn't be convinced. So I asked him to leave a copy of the plan for me. You can take a good look at it yourself. Hu Jinyao took the plan from his hand. He didn't believe that Hu Yifan could have any good ideas. What he should do during this period of time was to hide in a corner and keep a low profile. However, after flipping through a few pages of the plan, his expression immediately changed. He glanced at Hu Mingguang with obvious shock in his eyes. You mean, this was done by Hu Yifan? What else? Hu Mingguang raised his eyebrows. He was quite dissatisfied with his son's doubts. I've said it before. Yifan has real talent. You look down on him like this and target him everywhere. He still wants to do his part for the company. Hu Jinyao slapped the plan in front of Hu Mingguang. Dad. I only found out today that it's not only my mother who doesn't treat me as a son. She wants me to die back then. It turns out that you're the same. Hu Mingguang's expression suddenly became very ugly. He glared at Hu Jinyao. What nonsense are you talking about? Is it nonsense? Hu Jinyao placed his hands on the edge of the desk and leaned forward a little. He glared at Hu Mingguang and said very softly. Dad, Hu Yifan is a traitor. He even tried his best to deal with me and embarrass me. In your eyes, it's me who looks down on him and targets him everywhere. Aren't you being so biased because you wish that I was the one who died back then? Hu Jinyao. Hu Mingguang was so angry that his face turned red. Shut up. I'll shut up after you finish speaking. Hu Jinyao stood up straight. It's been so many years. No matter how hard Mom has tried to make things difficult for me, you've never spoken up for me. I always thought that maybe you didn't want to be stuck between Mom and me. Or maybe you just wanted to take care of Mom's emotions. Only now do I know that you're the same as Mom. You blame me, hate me, and wish that I was the one who died. Hu Mingguang's expression was very ugly, but Hu Jinyao felt bored. He looked at the plan again, turned around, and left without saying a word. He returned to his office and dealt with some of the work that had piled up. Looking at the time, it was already late. Just as he was about to get off work, Yang Wenchang came back from sending Su Qingsang back to the old mansion. President Hua. Yang Wenchang had to stay in Rong City to deal with some matters, so when Hu Jinyao went to the disaster area, he returned after delivering 2 trips of supplies. Yang Wenchang saw that Hu Yifan had returned to the company in the past few days, and he was really angry. As soon as Hu Jinyao returned, he couldn't wait to report Hu Yifan's recent actions and movements to him. After saying that, Yang Wenchang added, Manager Hua has been really arrogant recently. He acts as if he's still the vice president of the company. Hu Jinyao's hand unconsciously tapped the table. After Yang Wenchang finished speaking, he glanced at him. Don't worry about his attitude for now. Go and investigate something. What? Where did Hu Yifan's plan for AI come from? Yang Wenchang was stunned for a moment. Hu Yifan had recently set up a department that specialized in research and development. He had never known what medicine he was selling. However, he didn't expect it to be related to AI. Such an extremely promising and cutting-edge plan is definitely not something Hu Yifan could produce. Go and find out who he has been in contact with recently. Okay. Also, have someone continue to keep an eye on Su Peijian. Although Su Peijian was still in Lin City, she would probably return to Rong City soon. After all, there was no place for her in Lin City. However, there was still Hu Yifan in Rong City. Yes. Yang Wenchang nodded. Hu Jinyao thought for a moment and stopped him. By the way, find 2 bodyguards to protect Qingsang's safety. Yang Wenchang was stunned for a moment. President Hua. Just protect her in the dark. There's no need to protect her in the open. Qingsang doesn't like people following her. Yes. After giving out all the orders, Hu Jinyao leaned against the back of the chair. He knew how much information Hu Yifan had in his mind. He was indeed talented, but Hu Jinyao didn't believe that he could come up with such a plan. Chapter 604. It was already very late when Hu Jinyao got home. Su Qingsang was still awake. Seeing Hu Jinyao enter the room, she put down the book in her hand. You're back. Have you eaten? I have. Hu Jinyao didn't say anything. He walked to the bed and hugged Su Qingsang, who was about to get up. Su Qingsang was stunned for a moment. Her lips moved, but she didn't ask anything. The room was very quiet. Neither of them spoke. A few minutes later, Su Qingsang patted Hu Jinyao's back. Grandpa told me to tell you that it was his decision to let Hu Yifan return to the company. Hu Jinyao's body froze for a moment. He let go of Su Qingsang and looked at her face. You know. Su Qingsang nodded. They returned from Sea City, but Hu Jinyao didn't go back to the old mansion for dinner. Old Master Hua was a smart man. How could he not know that Hu Jinyao was angry? Grandpa said that nothing beats family harmony, so she didn't finish her sentence, but Hu Jinyao understood what Old Master Hua meant. It was nothing more than asking him to bear with it for the sake of the bigger picture. Patience. The problem was, he didn't want to endure it. He didn't want to put up with Hu Yifan or Su Peijian. He didn't want to see Hu Yifan strut around in front of him. Old Master Hua had thought that Hu Yifan would go home for dinner, so he wanted to tell Hu Jinyao himself. However, Hu Jinyao didn't want to go home. He had no choice but to call Su Qingsang to the study when she was about to go home and briefly explain the situation to her. Grandpa said that he understands your feelings and knows that you have grievances in your heart. But no matter what, Hu Yifan is your younger brother. His proposal this time was also very good. So please understand. Su Qingsang's voice was very low, and she held Hu Jinyao's hand as she spoke. She could understand his feelings, but she didn't know how to help him. Honey. Hu Jinyao suddenly held Su Qingsang's hand and looked at her attentively. What? If I leave the Hu family one day, will you come with me? Su Qingsang frowned slightly. Are you serious? Yes. I'm serious. Hu Jinyao looked at her with a serious face. I don't want to endure it anymore. Then don't be patient. No matter what you want to do, I will support you. Hu Jinyao smiled. It was a rare smile on his face after returning to Rong City. He held Su Qingsang's hand and kissed it. When he looked up again, his eyes were very sharp. However, I don't plan to leave the Hu family. Su Qingsang didn't understand. Hu Jinyao slightly raised the corners of his mouth with a hint of playfulness. Why should I be the one to leave? The Hu family can only be mine. He wasn't greedy for his current position. If it hadn't been for that accident, the Hu family would have been Hu Jinkai's. He didn't care who the president of Tianyu Group was, and he didn't care about Hu Mingguang's attitude towards him. However, no one could replace Hu Jinkai in controlling the Hu family and Tianyu Group. Jinyao, then you, don't worry, I'm fine. Since Hui Yifan was feeling smug now, he would just let him be for a few more days. It was just a plan. He would have a way to make it impossible for him to complete it. Su Qingsang didn't respond. She reached out and hugged him again. It didn't matter if he stayed in the Hu family or left the Hu family. No matter where he was, she would go. As for whether he was the president of Tianyu Group or not, when she was with him, didn't she think that he was just a small employee? So what did it matter whether he was or not? No matter what you plan to do, I'll support you. Hu Jinyao lowered his head. When he met her misty eyes, he leaned over and kissed her on the lips. He held her in his arms. In a place where Su Qingsang couldn't see, his deep eyes were filled with sharpness. When Hu Jinyao entered the cafe, he immediately saw Qi Shiwei, who was sitting by the window. Qi Shiwei sat there with her long hair draped behind her head. She seemed to have become a little more plump. She sat there flipping through the magazine on the table, her eyes filled with gentleness. She hadn't changed much over the years. She was still so innocent. In that way, when she saw someone in front of her, she raised her head. When she met Hu Jinyao's face, she smiled gently. Jinyao, you're here. Hu Jinyao nodded and sat down opposite her. Qi Shiwei didn't close the magazine in her hand. She just turned her face and looked at Hu Jinyao. I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still the same. Really? You're the same. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Qi Shiwei for nearly 8 years. Qi Shiwei curved the corners of her lips, and the smile on her face didn't diminish. I'm not the same. I'm old and haggard. You're younger than me. If you say you're old, won't I be older? It's different. Women always age faster. Qi Shiwei's voice seemed to be emotional, but it was only for a moment. She quickly changed the topic. By the way, what do you want to drink? A latte. Your taste hasn't changed much. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she called the waiter over and ordered a latte for Hu Jinyao. She ordered a glass of juice for herself. I remember you like Blue Mountain. Yes. But I can't drink coffee now. I've already quit. Qi Shiwei ordered another 2 sets of snacks. Only then did she put away the magazine and put it aside. Quit. Hu Jinyao looked at her expression, as if he didn't understand. By the way, how have you been these few years? Not bad. I know you're married. You should be quite happy, right? Yes. That's good. A sincere smile appeared on Qi Shiwei's face. I thought you'd be very busy. I didn't expect you to have the time to look for me. Hua Jinyao didn't deny it. I'm indeed very busy, but I have something to ask you. As he spoke, he took out the document from his briefcase and pushed it in front of Qi Shiwei. This. Qi Shiwei looked at the document and flipped through it. She closed the document and looked at Hua Jinyao in confusion. Have you guys already started? This plan isn't bad, right? Very good. Hua Jinyao looked at Qi Shiwei and praised her generously. If it can really be implemented, it will bring huge, long-term benefits to the group. It's good that it can help you. Qi Shiwei smiled. The smile on her face was very pure. Hua Jinyao looked at her and put away the plan. Unfortunately, this plan doesn't help me now. Ha! Qi Shiwei was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't quite understand what Hua Jinyao meant. Why? Why can't it help you? Shiwei, can you tell me why you gave me this plan? If I remember correctly, with your major and what you've learned, such a plan is also very beneficial to you and your company. I know. But now, I don't have the energy to care about it. Qi Shiwei bit her lip and said softly, I'm very optimistic about such a plan. But I don't have enough energy, so I can't continue. In my heart, you're the most suitable candidate. I feel that if I let you do such a plan, you'll definitely make it work to the fullest. Thank you. Shiwei. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. But the question is, why didn't you come to me personally and give me this plan? Qi Shiwei lowered her head, as if a little embarrassed. I did. I went to Tianyu Group to look for you, but they said you weren't there. Then, I met your sister-in-law. She said that you went to Sea City and wouldn't be back so soon, so I gave the document to her and asked her to pass it to you. Hua Jinyao pursed his lips into a straight line. He was a little helpless at Qi Shiwei's rash actions. Are you very familiar with her? You gave her such an important thing. I'm not very familiar with her. But I met her when she was in the United States. I knew that she was the daughter of the Li family in Lin City. I happened to see the video of your anniversary celebration. Now that she's married to your cousin, your family. So when she said she could pass it to you, I gave it to her. Shiwei, Hua Jinyao didn't expect Su Peijian's perfect plan to come from this way. I remember that you weren't such a simple person in the past. Yes. I also feel that I've changed a lot. Qi Shiwei smiled, looking a little uncomfortable. But there's nothing I can do. This is a special period. Not only can I not keep up with my energy, but sometimes my thoughts can't keep up either. Special period. This time, it was Hua Jinyao's turn to be confused. Qi Shiwei smiled. That's right. I'm pregnant. So, she didn't finish her sentence. She had been sitting and holding a magazine in her hand, so Hua Jinyao didn't pay attention to this. Because of her words, Hua Jinyao looked down at her abdomen. Only then did he realize that Qi Shiwei's abdomen was already bulging. She did look pregnant. Jinyao, to tell you the truth, ever since I got pregnant, my spirit has been much worse, and my temper is also sometimes good and sometimes bad. You're right. Originally, I planned to carry out this plan in my own company. But because my mood hasn't been very stable recently, my boss asked me to hand this plan over to someone else. I was very unhappy and had an argument with my boss. After the argument, I was angry and annoyed. I didn't want my boss to benefit, so I decided to give this plan to you. I only found out that you were married when I returned home. After thinking about it, I didn't have any other gift to give me. I've been working on this plan for a long time, and it's barely presentable. I wanted to give it to you as a wedding gift. Qi Shiwei seemed a little embarrassed when she said this. I originally wanted to give this to you personally. But the last time I went to your company to look for you, you weren't there. My low blood pressure came back again. It was your sister-in-law who sent me to the hospital. At that time, the plan happened to be in her car. Later, she said that she would give it to you. I happened to be feeling unwell, so I naturally gave it to her. She finished explaining the process, but she didn't understand what was going on. She didn't give it to you. Then, why is this with you now? Everything was clear. Hu Jinyao was silent for more than 10 seconds. Qi Shiwei's expression turned ugly again. Did I do something wrong? What happened? Tell me. Shiwei, can you do me a favor? Of course. You know, as long as it's your matter, I'm willing to help. She didn't finish her sentence, but Hu Jinyao understood what she meant. Yes, Qi Shiwei was like this. She was always very enthusiastic. She used to be like this when she was in school, and she was still like this after she left school. Let me thank you in advance. Hu Jinyao didn't say what it was. He looked at Qi Shiwei with a hint of concern in his eyes. Oh right, you're married. Does your husband treat you well? We broke up. Qi Shiwei shook her head and didn't want to talk about it anymore. I'm alone now. Hu Jinyao was a little stunned by this random sentence. When he saw Qi Shiwei's normal expression, as if she couldn't be any better, he didn't know what to say. But aren't you pregnant now? Yes. I know I'm pregnant. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she lowered her head and placed one hand on her abdomen. At that moment, her expression was rather gentle. I know I'm pregnant. This is my child. If his father doesn't want him, I'll want him. Hu Jinyao was a little surprised that she didn't seem to care. After thinking for a while, he spoke very seriously. Shiwei. We're friends. If you need my help, you must tell me. Thank you. Qi Shiwei smiled at him. But I don't need it now. I'm fine like this. She thought of what Hu Jinyao had said just now. By the way, you said that you needed my help with something. May I ask what's the matter? Hu Jinyao glanced at the proposal. There was a flash of malice in his eyes, but he didn't show it in front of Qi Shiwei. When Hu Jinyao entered the company, it happened to be Monday. There was a regular Monday meeting today. Hu Yifan had already been kicked out and wasn't qualified to attend, but because of the recent proposal, he sat in the conference room again and occupied a seat inside. When he saw Hu Jinyao and Yang Wenchang get up together, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and a look of pride and arrogance flashed across his eyes. When Yang Wenchang saw it, his face darkened, and he couldn't help but look at Hu Jinyao. Hu Jinyao, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. He walked to the top seat and sat down at the first seat at the conference table. The seat at the top was Hu Mingguang's. Ever since Hu Jinyao and Hu Mingguang parted on bad terms, Hu Jinyao hadn't gone to look for Hu Mingguang in the past few days. He didn't have any business matters to talk to Hu Mingguang about. The father and son worked at the Tianyu Group every day, but they didn't meet even once. Thinking about it, it was really ironic. Soon, Hu Mingguang arrived. It wasn't just him. There was also Hu Mingliang. The two of them entered the conference room one after another. They sat down at the head of the table. Hu Mingguang glanced at Hu Jinyao. If one looked carefully, one would find a flash of guilt in his eyes. But it was only for a moment. Soon, he looked at the people in front of him. He announced the start of the regular meeting. There wasn't much to hear in the first place. It was about the daily matters of the company and the progress of some big cases. Hu Jinyao supported his chin with one hand, as if he was listening to the reports of these people seriously. From time to time, he would look at Hu Mingguang. In the past, he wouldn't attend such a regular meeting every time. Today, he was listening especially seriously. When he looked at Hu Mingliang again, his face was full of pride. He couldn't hide it. There was also Hu Yiyang and Hu Manzi, who were sitting next to Hu Yifan. They covered up the dejection that Hu Yifan had when he was kicked out of the Tianyu group a while ago. They looked more or less proud. Hu Jingyao admired their expressions. He knew in his heart that such pride. It wasn't long. It was only today. After today, he was confident that Hu Yifan would never be able to be proud again. Soon, it was Hu Yifan's turn to speak. What he wanted to talk about was the project that he was currently working on. When it was Hu Yifan's turn to speak, Hu Mingliang's eyes lit up. He looked at Hu Yifan, his pride evident in his words. It wasn't just him. Weren't the Hu siblings the same? This plan was indeed very good, Hu Jinyao admitted. Qi Shiwei looked soft and weak, but she was very capable. In fact, after she graduated, Hu Jinyao had thought of letting her enter the Tianyu group. However, Qi Shiwei refused. She chose to stay in the United States. A few years ago, he had almost no contact with her. If it weren't for this incident, he would have followed the clues given by Yang Wenchang and discovered that Hu Yifan's plan was actually given to him by Su Peijian. Su Peijian, on the other hand, had actually managed to get on Qi Shiwei's good side without him knowing. He also wouldn't know that Qi Shiwei had returned to the country because of her boss's business philosophy and design philosophy regarding some new products. She had been back for a while. Previously, her health wasn't good, so she stayed at home to recuperate. At the same time, she changed the plan in her hands. It wasn't until later that she felt that it was perfect and could be taken out. That was why she came to look for him. This plan, which was originally a wedding gift from Qi Shiwei, had somehow fallen into Su Peijian's hands. Su Peijian, that woman. His previous punishment of her was still too light. This time, he could deal with both Hu Yifan and Su Peijian at the same time. At that moment, Hu Yifan was speaking with confidence. He was quite confident in the case he was currently working on. Half of this confidence came from the perfect plan. The other half was because he was confident in his own abilities. He believed that this time, he would definitely be able to make a beautiful comeback. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Hu Jinyao. His expression was proud and provocative. Hu Jinyao acted as if he didn't see it. He lowered his head to look at the time. It should be about time. The moment he raised his head, the door of the conference room was opened. Zhang Yan walked in front. When he saw the person inside, he finally looked at Hu Jinyao. President Hu. Hu Jinyao curled his lips. Very good. He was here. The show was about to begin. Zhang Yan's appearance made everyone look at him. They also saw the person standing behind him. Chapter 605. Secretary Zhang, Hu Mingguang frowned. He was about to speak, but he saw that there were two people behind Zhang Yang. Two people in uniform. Everyone present sat there motionlessly. They just looked at the two people and didn't understand why the police were here. Hu Yifan stood there and watched the two people walk straight toward him. One of them flashed the ID in his hand in front of Hu Yifan. Hello, are you Mr. Hu Yifan? I am. Hu Yifan stood there with a confused expression. The police officer put away the ID. You are suspected of being involved in a case of stealing trade secrets. Please come with us and assist in the investigation. Hu Yifan instinctively took a step back. What nonsense are you talking about? Who stole trade secrets? Please cooperate with us and assist in the investigation. Hui Yifan stood there and subconsciously looked at Hua Mingliang. Hua Mingliang was also confused. He took 2 steps forward. Police officer, is there a misunderstanding here? My son would never steal trade secrets. So please come with us and assist in the investigation. The police officer still sounded professional, but his actions were not polite at all. He took 2 steps forward and stood on both sides of Hui Yifan, wanting to take him away. Hui Yifan looked at Hua Mingliang again. Uncle, save me. I didn't. Hua Mingliang looked at the scene in front of him and subconsciously glanced at Hua Jinniao. Zhang Yang was Hua Jinniao's man. It was Zhang Yang who brought him in. Did this have anything to do with Hua Jinniao? Hui Yifan also saw Hua Jinniao's gaze. He suddenly pointed at Hua Jinniao. It's you, isn't it? It's you. You're the one who hurt me. Hua Jinniao, you're jealous. You can't bear to see me do well. Hua Jinniao touched the tip of his nose. Finally, he met Hui Yifan's eyes. Manager Hua, please think twice before you speak. I don't have the ability to let the police arrest you. If you think you're innocent, go with them. After all, the police will find out the truth of the matter and prove your innocence. Don't you think so? Hua Jinniao, it's you. Hui Yifan still wanted to curse, but he was already taken away by 2 police officers. After he was taken away, Hua Mingliang and Hua Mingliang both looked at Hua Jinniao. Nephew, that's not very kind of you. Hua Mingliang looked at Hua Jinniao with silent criticism in his eyes. Uncle, I don't quite understand what you're saying. It was Yifan who committed the crime. What does it have to do with me? Hua Jinniao pushed the matter aside as if it had nothing to do with him. Hua Mingliang was furious. Nephew Gu, don't you feel guilty saying this? The police were all brought here by your people. Are you trying to say that it has nothing to do with you? Hearing this, Hua Jinniao smiled slightly and turned to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yan. Did you bring him here? No. Zhang Yan waved a document in his hand as he spoke. I was looking for President Hua, and I happened to see those 2 police officers coming upstairs. They said they were looking for Manager Hui Yifan. I happened to be on my way to the conference room. Uncle, did you hear that? This matter has nothing to do with me. Come to think of it, I'm really curious. Yifan stole trade secrets. What kind of trade secrets did he steal? No one present had expected this. When they heard Hua Jinniao's words, they looked at each other. Hua Mingliang's expression was very ugly. He sat there with a cold face and looked at Hua Jinniao. He didn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with him. Hua Jinniao acted as if he didn't see his father's expression. He just looked at Hua Mingliang and said, Uncle, if I were you, I wouldn't stay here now. Instead, I would find a way to find out what trade secrets Yifan stole. Hua Mingliang glared at Hua Jinniao. He wanted to lose his temper, but he knew that what he said was the truth. After glaring at Hua Jinniao with hatred, he quickly left. The meeting couldn't continue at this point. Hua Mingliang waved his hand, and the others in the conference room dispersed. In the end, only Hua Jinniao and Hua Mingliang were left. Hua Mingliang stopped Hua Jinniao before he left. Jinniao. Hua Jinniao stood there and looked at him with an unruly expression. You, he said the word you and changed the topic. Hui Yifan's matter was your doing. He used an affirmative sentence. Hua Jinniao smiled. Don't you have an answer? Why are you still asking? Hua Mingliang's expression was complicated. He looked at Hua Jinniao and didn't know what to say for a moment. Jinniao, I know that your mother and I owe you a lot. You're indignant. If you're really that unhappy, you can come at us. But I hope you can take the overall situation into account. No matter what, Yifan is your younger brother and also a member of the Tianyu group. Aren't you afraid that your actions will affect the company's reputation? You're thinking too much. Hu Jinyao patiently listened to him finish his words. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. First of all, I don't have any resentment towards you and mother. You can treat me however you like, as long as you're happy. Second, it's not me who will affect the company's reputation, it's Hui Yifan. Perhaps you can ask him where that perfect plan came from and how it came about. When the time comes, you can discuss the company's reputation with me. After saying this, Hu Jinyao left. He completely ignored Hu Mingguang, who was behind him. He was left sitting there with a complicated expression on his face. There was a faint hint of guilt on his face. When Hui Yifan was taken away, he was quite confident. But soon, he realized that he couldn't be confident anymore. A company in the United States called Cave Company filed a lawsuit against Hui Yifan through a lawyer, accusing him of stealing trade secrets. And the so-called trade secret was the document that Su Peijian had given him. The other party repeatedly asked him to explain where the document came from. Hui Yifan could only tell the truth. It was given by Su Peijian. Su Peijian was in Lin City. After she lost so much face in Lin City, she didn't immediately return to Rong City. Instead, he led a befuddled life in Lin City for 2 days. But soon, she was arrested. The police brought her from Lin City to Rong City. The charges against her were the same, theft of trade secrets. Su Peijian hadn't recovered from that blow yet. She didn't expect to face such charges immediately. Of course, she wouldn't admit it. She said that the document was given to her by Qi Shiwei. She didn't steal it at all. But no one wanted to believe her. She was locked up. Not only was she locked up, but she was also interrogated with Hui Yifan. She said that the proposal was given to her by Qi Shiwei, but Qi Shiwei refused to admit it. She said that such an important thing, how could she give it to someone so casually? Especially since it was a confidential document from her original company. Su Peijian couldn't defend herself. She called a lawyer she knew and wanted him to bail her out. But it was useless. The other party told her that her case was irrefutable and there was no way to turn the tables. On the other side, Su Peijian and Hui Yifan were locked up. On the other side, Hu Mingliang was trying his best to get Hui Yifan out. Hui Yifan went to prison, and the case was put on hold. This was also a loss for the company. Hu Mingliang didn't know about the plan. He had always thought that Hui Yifan had done it himself. Only now did he know that Hui Yifan hadn't done the plan himself. He had no choice but to beg old Master Hua. On the other side, the police had officially filed a complaint against Hui Yifan and Su Peijian. If convicted, the two of them would face a limited sentence of more than 3 years and less than 7 years. Whether it was 3 years or 7 years, Hu Mingliang couldn't afford it. In desperation, he could only look for old Master Hua to plead for mercy. Su Qingsang returned to the hospital to work. She was extremely busy every day. Naturally, she didn't know about these things about Tianyu Group. She only knew that Hu Jinyao had been very busy recently and often returned home very late at night. Coincidentally, she was also on the night shift this week. In Auntie Yu's words, the two of them hadn't eaten at home for a few days. It wasn't easy for Su Qingsang to not be on duty that day and go home early. Only then did she realize that Hu Jinyao hadn't returned yet. She was a little disappointed, but Su Qingsang knew Hu Jinyao's recent situation. Although he said that he had a way to deal with Hui Yifan, her grandfather would probably stop him when the time came. If Hu Jinyao insisted on doing things his own way, he would inevitably make his grandfather unhappy again. She couldn't help him with these things, so she could only not cause him trouble. Hua Jinyao didn't come back until she was done packing and lying down in a daze. The bed beside her suddenly sunk and made her blink. She hadn't turned off the bedside lamp before. Now that she saw Hua Jinyao, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You're back." "Yes." Hua Jinyao nodded and looked at Su Qingsang, who was still sleepy. At this time, she looked a little confused. "Why are you so late? Do you have a lot of work to do?" "Yes." Hua Jinyao nodded. Su Qingsang looked at him with a little heartache and patted his shoulder. "All right, go take a shower and sleep early." Hua Jinyao didn't object. He leaned over and kissed her on the lips again before retreating. Su Qingsang smiled and blinked her eyes. Just as she was about to go to sleep, she smelled an extremely faint scent that resembled perfume. She couldn't help but sniff it hard again. The smell was gone. She looked at Hua Jinyao and found that he had also turned his face to look at her. Qingsang. His expression was a little serious. "What's wrong? If Auntie comes to see you and asks for something, you can ask her to come to me. Don't agree to any of her requests." Hua Jinyao was naturally referring to Kaiping. Su Qingsang was completely awake because of his words. "Auntie came to see me. Why did she come to see me? What happened? Did Su Peijian return to Rong City? Isn't she still in Lin City?" She had been back for about a week. During this week, she had already stopped thinking about what Su Peijian had done. Her reputation was ruined anyway. She thought that Su Peijian wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Could it be that she was still thinking of harming people? "Don't worry, it's not what you think. Su Peijian is in prison now." Under Su Qingsang's shocked expression, Hua Jinyao briefly told her what Su Peijian had done. "Don't worry, this time I will definitely ask them to sentence her to the High Court. They will not let her out unless she is locked up for 7 years." Su Qingsang didn't say anything. Su Peijian deserved to end up like this today. However, she couldn't help but sympathize with Xiang Kaiping. "Auntie will probably come to me to plead for her, right?" "Yes, Auntie will probably come to you to plead for her. So I hope that no matter what Auntie says, you don't care. Just ask her to come to me." "I got it." Su Qingsang responded in a very low voice. Her expression didn't look too good. She couldn't help Su Peijian's matter, and she didn't want to help. She had repeatedly gone against her and even tried to harm her. If she still spoke up for Su Peijian, she would be too much of a saint. However, in the end, she still sympathized with Xiang Kaiping. With a daughter like that, Xiang Kaiping would probably feel a headache and pain, right? Because of this matter, Su Qingsang suddenly forgot that she had smelled a faint perfume just now. In the study, the atmosphere was a little tense. "Impossible." Hua Jinyao threw out these 3 words after hearing Old Master Hua's request. Old Master Hua didn't expect Hua Jinyao to refuse so directly, not even giving him any face. "Jinyao, can't you let your brother go?" "I'm sorry, I can't." Everything else could be discussed, but this was the only thing that Hua Jinyao would never compromise on. "Jinyao." Old Master Hua was a little annoyed by his attitude. "What do you think? As long as you can find a way to get Cave's people to withdraw the charges, I'll make the decision and send Hua Yifan and the others abroad. I promise I won't let them come back again. How about that?" "No." Hua Jinyao smiled and shook his head. He didn't accept Old Master Hua's words at all. "No, you can't send them abroad. Why would they go abroad? Continue to enjoy life." "Grandpa, that's not what I want." I promise you, I won't give them any help. They need to support themselves abroad. By their own strength. Grandpa, if you've decided. What's the difference in letting them stay in prison and reflect on their own mistakes? Old Master Hua's lips moved. He wanted to defend Hui Yifan, but Hu Jinyao didn't want to stay any longer. He stood up and looked at Old Master Hua. His expression was respectful, but he didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. Old Master Hua's face was a little pale. He couldn't bear to think of Hua Mingliang, who had come to beg him and cried. Grandpa, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. By the way, speaking of which, you've completely let my father handle the company's matters. Since that's the case, you don't have to worry about it anymore. What do you think? Old Master Hua's expression was no longer just ugly. Hu Jinyao was clearly telling him not to worry about the company's matters anymore. You Old Master Hua clutched his chest angrily. He pointed at Hu Jinyao. Hu Jinyao bowed. Grandpa, it's better to take care of your health. Hu Yifan has always said that he's very filial. If he's really filial, he won't do these things that hurt the company's reputation again and again. So this time, Grandpa, it's better if you don't interfere. Chapter 606. This was a somewhat remote villa in Rong City. It was a 3.5-story villa. It wasn't particularly big, but the environment was elegant and the surroundings were very quiet. The distance between the houses was also quite far, so the privacy was very good. Outside in the garden, there was a small white carved table. Hu Jinyao sat on a rattan chair next to him and looked at Qi Shiwei, who was pouring juice into his glass. I'm sorry. I gave up coffee when I got pregnant, and now we only have juice at home. It's okay. I'm not here to drink. Hu Jinyao looked at her and found that her face was much paler than it had been 2 days ago. Are you okay? You don't look too well. No. Qi Shiwei filled the glass with juice and retracted her hand. She looked at Hu Jinyao. It's normal. Because of pregnancy, there will be some changes. Hu Jinyao looked at Qi Shiwei. He didn't really believe her. Is it really unrelated to that shot back then? Qi Shiwei was stunned for a moment before she suddenly smiled. What are you thinking? Of course not. She picked up the glass of juice in front of her and took a sip. Her voice was very soft. It's been so long, I've forgotten about it. It's hard for you to remember. How could I not remember? Of course I will. There was guilt and pity in Hu Jinyao's eyes. In this life, other than his brother and sister, the only person he felt guilty about was Qi Shiwei. Hu Jinyao used to study at Yale. There were many Chinese in their school, but Qi Shiwei was not only Chinese, but also from Rong City. By chance, Hu Jinyao got to know Qi Shiwei. Both of them were Chinese, and they were from Rong City. Qi Shiwei got closer to Hu Jinyao. Hu Jinyao was a very diligent and hardworking person. He put all his energy into his studies. However, Qi Shiwei was also very capable. She could be considered one of the few girls who could follow his train of thought in both business and academics. This made Hu Jinyao, who originally only wanted to keep a distance from Qi Shiwei, feel a little more admiration for her. As time went by, the relationship between the two of them improved quite a bit. Some of the students who knew about their relationship even thought that Hu Jinyao and Qi Shiwei were a couple. However, only Hu Jinyao and Qi Shiwei knew that they weren't lovers. They were just a couple who had a pretty good relationship. Qi Shiwei looked weak on the surface. However, his heart was firm. She had a similar experience as Hu Jinyao. She was born into a scholarly family. Her mother was a professor at Z University and her father was the president of a bank. Growing up in such an environment, her ability was naturally very strong. But like Hu Jinyao, she also had an unfortunate past. Her mother was a professor and had the temperament of a scholar. Unfortunately, her father was the vice president of the bank. Father is busy with work. He was far more concerned about the gains and losses and his own future than his family. As a professor, her mother had always supported her father's work wholeheartedly. But she didn't expect that her excessive trust in him had led to her father's indulgence. Qi Shiwei's father later made the mistake that all men in the world would make. He fell in love with another woman. That woman was his secretary. After Qi Shiwei's mother found out about this, it was useless to make a fuss. She calmly expressed that she wanted a divorce. However, Father Qi happened to be facing a promotion at that time. He did not want to cause such a scandal and was unwilling to divorce. Qi Shiwei's mother was in no mood to endure it. After collecting evidence of Father Qi's infidelity, she planned to negotiate with Father Qi. Unexpectedly, she got into a car accident halfway. When she was sent to the hospital, she had already died. At that time, Qi Shiwei was only a 12-year-old girl. Her mother suddenly left, and not long after, her father brought the secretary home and became her stepmother. With a stepmother, there would be a stepfather. Her father, who had once doted on her in every possible way, gradually drifted apart after her stepmother entered the family. After her younger brother was born, her status plummeted. It was also because of this that Qi Shiwei went to the United States to study alone at a young age. After knowing what she had been through, Hu Jinyao sympathized with her because they were in the same boat. Although his parents weren't born later, they weren't much different from them. More importantly, the turning point in their lives seemed to be at the age of 12. He didn't have any romantic feelings for Qi Shiwei, but he felt a sense of pity and appreciation that surpassed that of a boyfriend and girlfriend. It was the same for Qi Shiwei. Unlike Hu Jinyao, she had been thinking of ways to avenge her mother. After so many years, she had always suspected that her mother's death wasn't simple. She didn't believe that it was such a coincidence that her mother had a car accident just as she was about to divorce her father. The hateful thing was that she was too young back then and couldn't do anything about it. When she grew up, she left Rong City. After meeting Hu Jinyao, the two of them interacted more and more. Finally, one day, she couldn't help but tell Hu Jinyao about herself. Hu Jinyao's ability was above hers. She believed that he had the ability to find out. Sure enough, Hu Jinyao quickly helped her find out that her secretary's stepmother had tampered with the car. Qi Shiwei unceremoniously sent her to prison and at the same time, made a big deal out of the matter. This caused her father to take joint responsibility. In the end, Qi Shiwei's father lost his job and her stepmother went to prison. After settling all of this, Qi Shiwei returned to Yale to continue her studies. Hu Jinyao helping Qi Shiwei was just a small matter. He felt that it was just a matter of convenience. However, Qi Shiwei believed that she owed him one. Hu Jinyao had many girls in school. Qi Shiwei was rumored to be his girlfriend, but before the person in question came out to confirm it, those girls felt that they still had a chance. Qi Shiwei felt that she owed Hu Jinyao this once, so she automatically took up the responsibility of blocking those peach blossoms for Hu Jinyao. Her looks were very popular in the eyes of Europeans and Americans, and she also had many suitors. Similarly, she also used Hu Jinyao to block those suitors. However, such a mutually beneficial event was not enough to make Qi Shiwei feel that she had to repay Hu Jinyao for his help. She had always wanted to repay Hu Jinyao once. Hu Jinyao had always known what she was thinking, but he had never taken it to heart. The Hu family had a lot of resources, so helping Qi Shiwei solve this kind of problem was a matter of minutes. However, he didn't expect Qi Shiwei to be so serious, and he really seized the opportunity. That Christmas, the two of them were invited by a classmate to attend that classmate's party. Before going, Hu Jinyao first went to pick up Qi Shiwei, and then the two of them planned to buy a gift for that classmate. When the two of them went to buy the gift, there was a terrorist attack on that street, the famous local shopping street. Everything happened in an instant. It was so fast that it caught people off guard. There was no way to defend against it at all. Gunshots rang out. Hu Jinyao looked at the few people who were shooting wildly in the distance. Just as he was thinking of protecting Qi Shiwei and bringing her into the nearest shop to hide, Qi Shiwei suddenly pounced on him with her eyes wide open. Be careful. Qi Shiwei's movements were too fast. She successfully pounced on Hu Jinyao. At the same time, she let out a muffled groan. Behind Hu Jinyao, there was actually another car. Two people got out of it and were about to shoot in their direction when Qi Shiwei happened to see it. Shiwei. The gunshots continued, but Hu Jinyao couldn't care less. He didn't expect Qi Shiwei to choose to repay him in such a way. In fact, he wasn't easy to get along with. Even though he had known Qi Shiwei for so long and the two of them were even a couple on the surface, he only admired her a little more. They weren't really close to each other. However, Qi Shiwei made such a choice at such a time. Qi Shiwei was shot in the back of her waist, and blood flowed profusely. Hu Jinyao didn't know where she was injured. The constant gunshots outside made it impossible for him to even send Qi Shiwei to the doctor. He carried Qi Shiwei into the nearest shop. He looked at Qi Shiwei's pale face and felt a rare sense of guilt. The bullet had passed through Qi Shiwei's uterus. When she was sent to the hospital, she went into shock. She was finally rescued. The doctor told Hu Jinyao that Qi Shiwei's uterus had been pierced by a bullet. Although she had been rescued, it might have a certain impact on Qi Shiwei's later pregnancy. The doctor didn't say how severe the impact would be. After all, everyone's physique was different. It would also depend on her recovery later. The doctor was more conservative. In fact, even if foreign doctors didn't know much about China, they could understand that Chinese men had their own obsession with children. This time, it was Hu Jinyao's turn to blame himself. He didn't expect Qi Shiwei to repay his favor in such a way. Now, Hu Jinyao was the one who owed her. He felt that he owed Qi Shiwei. After she was discharged from the hospital, he told Qi Shiwei that he wanted to become a real boyfriend and girlfriend with her. Jinyao, stop fooling around. You don't love me at all. You just sympathize with me. It's not sympathy. Not only sympathy, but also appreciation, guilt, and other things. Of course, Hu Jinyao himself knew that there was no love in these feelings. Jinyao, then look into my eyes and tell me that you love me. Hu Jinyao looked into her eyes. He really couldn't say the words I love you. He knew very well that there was no love between the two of them. But even so, Hu Jinyao's guilt couldn't be erased for a while. He defined himself as Qi Shiwei's boyfriend. In life, he would do his best to take care of her in all aspects. Qi Shiwei knew how he felt, so she didn't stop him from reducing his guilt. However, when Hu Jinyao asked her to go home and meet his parents after graduation, Hu Jinyao's heart sank. Qi Shiwei was shocked. Not only did Hu Jinyao not love her, but she also didn't love Hu Jinyao. She couldn't let Hu Jinyao take her home. They both knew that their feelings for each other were not yet lovers, but more than friendship. But it was far from the point where they could spend the rest of their lives together. So, Qi Shiwei ran away. She left a letter for Hu Jinyao and left. She told Hu Jinyao that if he really wanted her well, he shouldn't look for her or contact her again. It was the best outcome for them to be happy with each other. This was her request. Although Hu Jinyao didn't agree with Qi Shiwei's choice, He really did as she wished and didn't contact her again. If this was what she wanted, then he was willing to fulfill her wish. In a flash, nearly 8 years had passed. He didn't expect that the two of them would meet again. Actually, you don't need to remember. Qi Shiwei's words made Hu Jinyao retract his thoughts. Other than her pale face, the Qi Shiwei in front of him looked no different from 8 years ago. I think that's good. After all, that means we're even. How could they be even? What he did for her was just a small favor. But what she did for him was to save his life. Hu Jinyao didn't want to argue with her. If you want to say that, then I owe you again this time. Jinyao, you really don't think that way. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she yawned, her face full of sleepiness. Ever since I got pregnant, I've become very sleepy, and I'm not in good spirits. I really don't have the ability to finish that case. In addition, I just happened to return to the country, so I wanted you to do it. I know your dream. I know you want to take Tianyu Group to the next level. It's still my fault that something like that happened in the middle. So, you really don't have to say anything else. Hu Jinyao didn't say another word of thanks. He just looked at Qi Shiwei with a guilty, grateful, and pitiful expression. How's your body? Why do I feel like you're in a particularly bad state? No, it's just a little easier to get sleepy than ordinary people. You said last time that you broke up with your husband. Does he know that you're pregnant? If he knows, why didn't he take care of you? Since we've broken up, there's no need for him to take care of me. This was the second time she had used the word break up instead of a divorce. Hu Jinyao thought about the difference between the words break up and divorce. Even if we broke up, you're pregnant now. No matter what, he should take care of you. Don't come. Qi Shiwei's expression was indifferent. When she mentioned that person, there was a flash of disgust in her expression. If he doesn't come, I'll be a little more at ease. If he comes, I'm afraid I'll be even more uncomfortable. Shiwei, that person doesn't treat you well. Can we not talk about him? Qi Shiwei changed the topic. I've already asked the lawyer because this case involves a huge amount of money. In addition, this case also involves a foreign company. I believe that your cousin and Su-Pasian will definitely get a heavier sentence. When the time comes, you can talk to the lawyer and definitely make them stay in prison for a little longer. Shiwei, don't worry about these things. Anyway, I really want to thank you this time. Jinyao, look at you. You're still so polite to me. Am I not your friend in your heart? Of course. Since we're friends, there's no need to talk about those things. As Qi Shiwei spoke, she yawned again. I'm sorry, I might not be able to entertain you anymore. I seem to be sleepy again. I need to sleep for a while. Okay. You go and rest first. Hu Jinyao stood up and planned to leave. Since they were friends, there was no need to keep saying those words of gratitude. It was fine to keep them in mind. I know there are some things you don't want to tell me, but if there's anything you need help with, you must ask. Don't worry. I will. Qi Shiwei stood up, but her head was dizzy. She fell to the side as if she had lost all her strength. Hu Jinyao quickly held her up. Shiwei, are you okay? I'm fine. Qi Shiwei shook her head. She didn't tell Hu Jinyao that her condition wasn't very good. She had worked too hard for her to conceive this child. Her physical condition actually didn't allow her to conceive this child at all. However, she still insisted on doing it. Now, she had tasted the bitter fruit, and she couldn't tell anyone about the process. I'll send you back to your room to rest. Okay, sorry to trouble you. As Qi Shiwei spoke, her face looked even paler. Hua Ji now wanted to ask, but he knew that Qi Shiwei wouldn't tell the truth. He decided to ask Yang Wenchang to investigate later. If possible, he was willing to do his best to help Qi Shiwei. Su Qingsang was prepared by Hua Ji now. She knew that Xiang Kaiping might come to look for her. Therefore, when Xiang Kaiping appeared in front of her, she wasn't surprised at all. Auntie. Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Qingsang with a complicated expression. Ever since she fell out with Su Peijian last time, she forced herself to stop caring about Su Peijian and not care about anything about Su Peijian. After that, Su Peijian seemed to have disappeared. She went to the company, and her old subordinate told her that Su Peijian hadn't been there for a long time. She knew that with Su Peijian's pride, she would definitely not have anything to do with her after falling out with her. She wanted to call Su Peijian, but she didn't want to put down her pride first. She thought that she had given Su Peijian the same amount of sincerity as Su Qingsang. However, Su Peijian didn't appreciate it. She still wanted to return to the Su family and return to Li Qianxue's side. Who was Li Qianxue? She was the culprit who stole her man and caused her to be lonely for half her life. She couldn't forgive Li Qianxue, and she couldn't accept that her daughter wanted to be with Li Qianxue. She forced herself to harden her heart and not contact Su Peijian again. Even if she really couldn't bear it, she had to wait for Su Peijian to lower her head and admit her mistake. However, Xiang Kaiping didn't wait for Su Peijian to lower her head or come back to admit her mistake. She waited for the police. When she found out that Su Peijian was arrested for stealing trade secrets and that the trade secrets Su Peijian stole were related to the Tianyu group, she could roughly guess that Su Peijian must have done something to Su Qingsang. Moreover, she must have done something very serious, something that could even be said to have seriously hurt Su Qingsang. With the little kindness that Hua Jinyao and Su Qingsang had for her, even if Su Peijian really did something, if it was only a small matter, they believed that Su Qingsang would definitely not hold it against her. Since she was arrested, it could only mean that it was a very serious matter. She could guess all these things, so at first, she didn't think of looking for Su Qingsang. Instead, she first found a lawyer. However, after she asked the lawyer about Su Peijian's possible outcome, she finally couldn't help but look for Su Qingsang after struggling at home for 2 days. Auntie. Su Qingsang looked at the time. There was still about 10 minutes before she got off work. Wait for me. I'll pack my things. It's okay, it's okay. I'll wait for you. Chapter 607. The restaurant was decorated in a southern style and was very unique. Su Qingsang and Xiang Kaiping sat facing each other by the window. The waiter brought the menu over. Su Qingsang asked Xiang Kaiping to order, but she was not in the mood. She waved her hand and pushed the menu back to Su Qingsang. Su Qingsang did not refuse. She ordered a few dishes, all of which were Xiang Caiping's favorites. She had unintentionally revealed these feelings when she was in Lin City. Su Qingsang still remembered it. Xiang Kaiping sat there without moving. The words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat because of Su Qingsang's actions. How have you been recently? Previously, you went to Sea City. I only heard about the earthquake later, and I was very worried about you. I tried calling you, but I couldn't get through. After that, I went to your hospital and heard that you were fine. After sitting for a while, Xiang Kaiping finally spoke. Her words were full of concern for Su Qingsang. Yes. Yes, there was an earthquake and I almost died. In fact, if it weren't for Zhang Yichen, she would have died a long time ago. Now that everything was fine, she could laugh about the experience of that day. Xiang Kaiping knew that the place was unusual. She heard that hundreds of people died this time. Thousands of people were heavily injured. It's good that you're fine now. It's good that you're fine. Yeah, as long as you're fine. Silence. Su Qingsang felt a little sad. She knew what Xiang Kaiping was here for, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. Xiang Kaiping wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, when the waiter started to serve the dishes, she didn't say what she wanted to say. Neither of them ate comfortably during the meal. By the time most of the dishes on the table were gone, Su Qingsang put down her chopsticks, feeling a little too full. Xiang Kaiping still didn't say what she wanted to say. Auntie, if there's nothing else, I'll take you home. It's getting late. Ah. Let's go home. If we don't go back, it's going to be late. At that time, Auntie Zhao might worry about you. Oh. All right. Xiang Kaiping nodded and followed Su Qingsang into her car. As the night grew darker, Su Qingsang felt Xiang Caiping's gaze on her. Auntie, is your waist better? Has it been hurting lately? No, no. Su Qingsang gave Xiang Kaiping a physical therapy device. Xiang Kaiping insisted on using it. Recently, she really didn't feel any pain anymore. Thinking of this, her expression became complicated. That's good. There was another period of silence. Because of Su Qingsang's concern, Xiang Kaiping couldn't bring herself to say the rest of her words. The criminal was Su Peizhen. If the police could lock her up, it might be because she had really done something wrong. If that was the case, what was the point of looking for Su Qingsang? Su Qingsang's car stopped in front of the villa. Xiang Kaiping looked at Su Qingsang and got out of the car without saying a word. Su Qingsang turned the car around, intending to leave just like that. Seeing that Xiang Kaiping was still standing there, staring at her car without moving, Xiang Caiping's heart was moved. Auntie. Su Qingsang poked her head out. Xiang Kaiping took a step forward. Auntie, you're alone here. If there's anything, you can look for me. If you have any difficulties, you can also go to Jinyao. She actually knew that Hu Jinyao didn't intend to let Su Peizhen off this time, so this could only be an excuse. If I can't solve it, I believe he should be able to. Hu Jinyao could solve it, but the key was that Hu Jinyao wouldn't help Xiang Kaiping solve it. After saying that, Su Qingsang couldn't bear it anymore. She nodded at Xiang Kaiping, started the car, and left. Xiang Kaiping was a smart person. She understood Su Qingsang's meaning almost instantly. She knew why Su Qingsang had looked for her today and understood what she wanted to say, but there was nothing she could do. Xiang Kaiping stood there. Summer had arrived. The wind was not cold, but she felt waves of coldness. This time, was she really going to watch Su Peizhen go to jail? When Su Qingsang returned home, she was still in a bad mood. Thinking of Xiang Kaiping, she couldn't bear it. What did Xiang Kaiping do wrong? This tragedy was not caused by her, but Xiang Kaiping was the one who had to bear the final bitter consequences. When she entered the door, Auntie Yu had already cleaned up the house and left. Hu Jinyao had also returned and was on the phone in the living room. Seeing her enter the door, he said a few words and hung up the phone. Su Qingsang changed her shoes and walked to Hu Jinyao's side to sit down. He put his phone aside and looked at her face. Have you eaten? Are you too tired? You don't look too good. Su Qingsang shook her head and reached out to hug Hu Jinyao, but the moment her body touched Hu Jinyao, her whole body suddenly froze. Wife? Su Qingsang didn't move, but the tip of her nose twitched. It smelled a bit like perfume. She seemed to have smelled it before. She remembered that night when Hu Jinyao came home, she had smelled the same smell on him. At that time, the smell was too faint, so faint that Su Qingsang almost ignored it. But this time, she was sensitive enough to smell it. It was clearer than last time. If she guessed correctly, it should be the perfume on a woman's body. Qingsang. Hua Jinyao called her again. Su Qingsang sat up straight and her eyes fell on Hua Jinyao's face. She tried to read his face for some sign of guilt or some other good emotion. But she found nothing. Youth, what's wrong with you? Hua Jinyao looked at her expression and reached out to cover Su Qingsang's forehead. Are you really not feeling well? Do you want to see a doctor? No need. Su Qingsang subconsciously avoided Hua Jinyao's hand and sat back a little. She scratched her head and finally decided to believe Hua Jinyao. Do you have any social engagements today? Su Qingsang actually knew that Hua Jinyao usually had a lot of social engagements. However, because he found that she didn't seem to like that kind of environment and occasion, he consciously reduced it. But when she didn't know, the places that Hua Jinyao went to were often not very simple. Not to mention, the charm of night that Hua Jinyao went to was a typical example. Not to mention that he had Qing Xianyun, Wan Xianyang, and the others by his side. If it was because the other party had a social engagement and accidentally touched it, Su Qingsang could understand. Not today. As Hua Jinyao spoke, he pulled her back into his arms and looked at her face. If I had a social engagement, how could I go home so early? No social engagement. Su Qingsang couldn't help but look at him again. Then, there's nothing special. There's one thing. Hua Jinyao remembered that Su Qingsang was an obstetrician. When he came back, he wanted to ask Su Qingsang about this. What? A woman will become very emotional because of pregnancy, and then it's easy to get sleepy. Is there a problem with this? Su Qingsang blinked. She didn't expect Hua Jinyao to ask her such a question. Or because she's pregnant, she often wants to sleep, and her body is even weak, as if she will faint at any time. Hua Jinyao looked at her intently, as if he was seriously asking for advice. Su Qingsang's lips moved, but in the end, she still spoke. When a woman is pregnant, her hormone secretion will be out of balance. Then, at this time, the pregnant woman will have some changes. As you said just now, her emotions fluctuate greatly, and it's easy for her to get sleepy. These are all normal. Is it normal for her to want to sleep so easily? Normally speaking, she will indeed be drowsy and weak. This is normal. Is that so? According to Su Qingsang's words, Qi Shiwei's condition was normal, but her face clearly looked so pale, right? Hua Jinyao wanted to ask more, but Su Qingsang looked at him and asked tentatively, is there anyone around you who is pregnant? Yes. There's one. Hua Jinyao nodded and briefly explained Qi Shiwei's symptoms. She seems to have been like this recently. So I'm asking you. Su Qingsang bit her lip and nodded gently. She already understood. Hua Jinyao should have gone to see the pregnant woman today. Since she was a pregnant woman, it meant that she had a family, so it was unlikely that she had anything to do with Hua Jinyao. She seems to be very different. I didn't talk to her for long, but she said that she was sleepy, then said that she wanted to sleep, but when she stood up, she couldn't stand steadily. I think, maybe one day, I'll introduce you to her, and you can help her check. Okay. Su Qingsang didn't object, but she roughly knew why Hua Jinyao smelled of perfume. Is this pregnant lady your friend? She's my classmate. Hua Jinyao didn't hide anything. My classmate when I was studying abroad. I've rarely seen a situation like hers. How about this? Let her come to our hospital, and I'll give her a detailed examination. Okay. Hua Jinyao nodded and thought of Qi Shiwei's pale face. When he thought of the favor he owed Qi Shiwei, his expression became a little more worried. Su Qingsang looked at him and suddenly held his face, looking into his eyes. Hua Jinyao, this female classmate of yours, could she be your former girlfriend or your secret admirer? Hua Jinyao was stunned. When he met Su Qingsang's overly serious gaze, he suddenly smiled. He wrapped his big hand around her waist and pulled her into his arms. Are you jealous? Su Qingsang blinked. I'm just asking. You just have to tell me yes or no. What if I say yes? There was a faint smile in his eyes. What if I say she's my ex-girlfriend? What will you do? I don't know. It depends on you. On me? Yes. Su Qingsang nodded and raised her hand to poke Hua Jinyao's chest. Her voice was very soft, and her expression looked very calm. However, the voice that came out of her mouth was full of threat. If you don't have feelings for her anymore and only care about her based on your friendship as a classmate, then I'll naturally give her a good examination and help her protect the baby. What if it's not? If it's not, if you're already married and you still can't forget another woman, then I'll have to be more ruthless. More ruthless? How so? Hua Jinyao's hand slightly exerted force, bringing her body closer to him. That's hard to say. For example, a single mistake could result in 1 corpse and 2 lives. Who knows? As Su Qingsang spoke, there was already a faint smile in her eyes. Hua Jinyao knew her character. She could treat those who had made things difficult for her with a smile. Now that she said such ruthless words, not only did it not make people think that she was ruthless, but Hua Jinyao felt that Su Qingsang was a little cute. Yes. So ruthless. 1 corpse and 2 lives. I'm so scared. Yes. You're scared, aren't you? Su Qingsang reached out and gently pinched Hua Jinyao's cheek. So, don't mess around outside. After all, you have a wife who is a doctor. Do you understand? I understand. Hua Jinyao liked that she was like this. He hadn't seen it for a long time. Hua Jinyao held her hand and kissed it gently. His voice was especially gentle. Don't worry. There aren't many women who I'm interested in messing around with. It's enough to satisfy you. I won't think about another one. This person was not serious at all. Su Qingsang raised her hand and hit him on the shoulder. That's enough. What nonsense are you talking about? What did he mean by it was enough to deal with her? He made it sound like she was a girl who needed money. That was really enough. Isn't it? As Hua Jinyao spoke, he pressed her down on the sofa. His hands were on both sides of her shoulders. Or do you think I haven't satisfied you? If that's the case, then I have to prove it to you. He lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Bit by bit, he deepened the kiss. Su Qingsang was dizzy from his kiss. She directly forgot what she wanted to say and her original feelings. It wasn't until her clothes were pulled off by Hua Jinyao that she felt a trace of coldness from the air conditioner. She suddenly pushed Hua Jinyao away. Wife? Hua Jinyao was in the midst of his excitement. He was suddenly pushed away and almost fell off the sofa. This made him look at Su Qingsang with a bit of sadness. Hua Jinyao. Su Qingsang sat up and looked at the obvious dissatisfaction on his face. She quickly said, Auntie came to me today. Hua Jinyao blinked his eyes, and the desire on his face faded a little. She begged you. You agreed. Su Qingsang shook her head quickly, and the expression on her face was still unbearable. She didn't say anything. We had a meal together. She never mentioned Su Peijian. After that, I sent her home. If Xiang Kaiping had really mentioned it, she would have felt a little more comfortable and better. However, Xiang Kaiping didn't mention it. Su Qingsang understood the meaning behind it, and so did Hu Jinyao. Hu Jinyao turned over and sat down beside her. He tore off his tie and tossed it aside. He had long wrapped his arms around Su Qingsang's waist again and let her sit on his lap. Don't blame yourself. Don't feel guilty. This has nothing to do with you. I know. Su Qingsang nodded. She leaned against Hu Jinyao's chest and rubbed her face against it. I understand. I don't want to sympathize with Su Peijian. I just feel sorry for Auntie. Chapter 608. Speaking of Xiang Kaiping, even Hu Jinyao could only remain silent. He wouldn't be merciful to Su Peijian, but he had to admit that what they had done was unfair to Xiang Kaiping. All right. If you really care about her, you can go and chat with her when you're free in the future. Su Qingsang didn't say anything. It seemed that this was the only way. As for Su Peijian, you don't have to worry about it. Even if Xiang Kaiping really begged him, he would not change his mind. People like Su Peijian needed to be taught a lesson. When he thought of what Su Peijian had done to Su Qingsang, he didn't want to forgive Su Peijian at all. Su Peijian was definitely going to jail this time. Because of Qi Shiwei's influence, the Keifu Corporation did not intend to mediate in private with Hu Yifan and Su Peijian's request. He insisted on suing Hu Yifan and Su Peijian. Since the evidence against Su Peijian and Hu Yifan was irrefutable, the public prosecutor's office decided to hold the trial on Saturday. At that time, there would be a verdict on Hu Yifan and Su Peijian. Until then, the two of them were still imprisoned and had no freedom. With Hu Jinyao's help, the public prosecution hired a very good lawyer. With him around, Hu Yifan and Su Peijian would not be able to easily escape from prison. Hu Jinyao, who could have helped Hu Yifan, didn't want to help Hu Yifan at all. Whether it was Hu Mingguang who came to plead for leniency, or old Master Hua who came to speak. Hu Jinyao did not respond, nor did he intend to respond. He was determined to send Hu Yifan to prison. Hu Mingguang was very dissatisfied with Hu Jinyao's attitude. Even old Master Hua had some complaints about Hu Jinyao. However, everyone knew that Hu Jinyao had made up his mind. He wouldn't change his mind. Moreover, it was too late even if Hu Jinyao wanted to minimize the impact of the matter. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 days left before the trial. One day, before he got off work, Hu Jinyao saw a figure in his office that was almost impossible to see. Hu Jinyao looked at Lu Tongjia, who was in front of him. After the first 2 seconds, he recovered his composure. However, he didn't relax too much. There was a hint of wariness in his expression, as he didn't quite understand why she had come looking for him. Lu Tongjia didn't miss the flash of wariness in Hu Jinyao's eyes. She felt a chill run down her spine. His son was in front of her, but he was looking at her with that kind of gaze. She had really failed. Jinyao. What's up? Hearing Lu Tongjia call his name so gently, Hu Jinyao was a little surprised. After a moment of surprise, the wariness in his eyes deepened. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Tongjia's face. He didn't want to miss any expression on her face. Lu Tongjia noticed the change in Hu Jinyao's expression, which made her suddenly choke on what she was going to say. Jinyao, the day after tomorrow, Yifan's case will be heard, right? Hu Jinyao relaxed a lot when he heard Hu Yifan's name. So that was how it was. He leaned back in his chair and raised his eyebrows. Mom, you're not here to plead for Hu Yifan, are you? The look on Lu Tongjia's face didn't look too good. In fact, she didn't come to see Hu Jinyao because of Hu Yifan. Hu Jinyao didn't remember, but she did. Tomorrow, the day before the court hearing, was actually Hu Jinyao's birthday. She wanted Hu Jinyao to come home and have dinner with her. In fact, Old Master Hu had the same idea. However, Old Master Hu was still angry. For Old Master Hu, no matter what kind of ambition Hu Yifan had in the past or what he had done wrong, it was enough to just make a scene at home. But Hu Jinyao wanted to make it big. Now, everyone knew that Tianyu Group had a vice president who not only betrayed them but also stole other people's business secrets. Everyone knew that the Hu family had such a person. Even Hu Mingguang and Hu Mingliang were embarrassed, not to mention Old Master Hu. Therefore, Old Master Hu also knew that Hu Jinyao's birthday was coming, but he didn't say anything. He was still angry at Hu Jinyao. In the past, when Lu Tongjia was dissatisfied with Hu Jinyao, Old Master Hu would still stand on Hu Jinyao's side. This time, Old Master Hu didn't stand on Hu Jinyao's side. Lu Tongjia was a little upset. This was her son, but now he was almost deserted by everyone. She wanted to ease the relationship between Hu Jinyao and Old Master Hu. That was why she wanted to find Hu Jinyao and ask him to come home. She didn't expect that Hu Jinyao would misunderstand as soon as she opened her mouth. I don't want to plead for him. Lu Tongjia knew that Hu Jinyao didn't like Hu Yifan. Hu Yifan and Hu Yang had indeed not done much in the past few years. However, she didn't think it was serious enough to put them in jail. I just don't think he really did anything to hurt you. Why do you have to bite on him like this? Hu Jinyao almost laughed when he heard this. He really didn't do anything to hurt me. He just made things difficult for me in the company. He tried his best to steal my credit and tried his best to oust me from the position of CEO. Lu Tongjia was speechless when she heard this. The atmosphere in the office dropped to a freezing point again. Hu Jinyao couldn't be bothered to argue with the Hu family on this issue. Speaking of which, his crime is not unjust at all. That proposal was mine to begin with. He didn't even ask and directly took it to his father and grandfather to claim credit. He used this opportunity to re-enter the Tianyu Group. Now you're all pleading for him one by one. Why don't you think about how righteous he was when he stole someone else's plan? Lu Tongjia looked at Hu Jinyao and wanted to say that she didn't really care about Hu Yifan's ending. However, Hu Jinyao didn't give her a chance. Mom, if you're okay, I have to continue working. This was a silent order for her to leave. Lu Tongjia's expression changed a few times. She was in no hurry to stand up and sat still. Hu Jinyao ignored her. He had already made up his mind that no matter who pleaded for him, he would definitely make Hu Yifan pay. Seriously speaking, he was a little innocent. Su Peijian was the one who gave him the plan, and he just took it and used it. However, this was Hu Yifan's biggest mistake. How dare he take something that didn't even ask about its origin and present it as a treasure? Stupid. Hu Jinyao signed the documents in his hand. He still had other work to do. Recently, he had a big merger to go through. He was so busy that he didn't have time to wonder why Lu Tongjia was sitting there. Lu Tongjia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She looked at Hu Jinyao. This was the first time she had seen Hu Jinyao deal with work. She remembered that Hu Jinyao was this serious when he was in school. Although he wasn't like Hu Jinkai, who had been responsible for the family since he was a child, he still had expectations of himself. As a descendant of the Hu family, he was very careful to protect the Hu family's reputation. She remembered that his grades had never dropped out of the top 3 in his grade. He often even took first place. She also remembered that once, he was addicted to a video game and didn't pay much attention to his studies. At that time, she didn't blame him. After all, he always knew what he wanted. Sure enough, after a few days, he lost interest after passing all the checkpoints. She seemed to have seen him play games after that, but she rarely saw him addicted to them. Hua Jinyao would never care about his surroundings when he was immersed in work. When he finished reading the plan in his hand and wrote down his opinions, he found that Lu Tongjia was still sitting there. Hua Jinyao's lips curved into a mocking smile and he put down the pen. "Mom, is there anything else?" Lu Tongjia came back to her senses because of Hua Jinyao's words. She realized that she had been sitting there for nearly an hour. She gripped the strap of her bag tightly and looked at Hua Jinyao. "Tomorrow is your birthday. Your grandfather wants you to go home for dinner." His birthday? Hua Jinyao seemed to have just remembered it. He narrowed his eyes and thought of something. "It's my birthday. Is it because it's my birthday and Grandpa wants me to go home? Or is it because he wants to try again tomorrow to make me change my mind and let Hua Yifan go?" Hua Jinyao. Lu Tongjia finally felt a little angry. "What do you think your family is? It's your birthday. Grandpa cares about you and wants you to go home for dinner. What's wrong with that?" "It's nothing. I just want to confirm with you. After all, it seems that you don't want to see me now." "I haven't celebrated my birthday for so many years anyway. It's the same this year, but it's fine." Speaking of which, Lu Tongjia hadn't been very concerned about him since that incident when he was 12. In the past 10 years, she hadn't specially celebrated his birthday. Every year on his birthday, his grandfather would ask Auntie Wang to cook a bowl of longevity noodles for him. As for Hua Mingguang and Lu Tongjia, in their hearts, they didn't even think about when it was his birthday. Instead, his childhood friends would get together with him every year to celebrate his birthday. Lu Tongjia felt as if her heart had been gently stabbed by something because of his words. After so many years, she admitted that she had neglected Hua Jinyao. She had always thought that Hua Jinyao didn't care. Because of Lu Tongjia's expression, Hua Jinyao was more and more certain that they wanted him to go home just to make him change his mind and save Hua Yifan. His expression didn't look good. At that moment, the internal line rang. "President Hua, you have a meeting with President N of the IN Group in 5 minutes. President N is already here. Ask him to wait in the conference room. I'll be there right away." Hua Jinyao hung up the internal line and stood up. Looking at Lu Tongjia, who was still sitting there, his expression was very calm. "Please tell Grandpa that I have a lot of things to do recently and I'm very busy. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. If I don't have time, I won't go back." He put aside the documents on the table, picked up one of them, and walked out. When he passed by Lu Tongjia, he said in a very low voice, "If you don't really want to celebrate my birthday, don't pretend to be like that. You don't want to see me, so why force yourself? I'm tired for you." Ever since Lu Tongjia drugged Zhang Yichen, Hua Jinyao was no longer willing to maintain a superficial peace with Lu Tongjia. She clearly didn't like him, and she clearly hated him, but she still came to see him for another person. This made Hua Jinyao even more disgusted. Perhaps Lu Tongjia preferred Hua Yifan to be her son. Who knew? Lu Tongjia was hurt by Hua Jinyao. She covered her heart, unable to recover from the bursts of heartache for a long time. She suddenly thought of what Hua Jinyao said that night. He said, "After so many years, do you wish that I was the one who died back then?" He also said, "Actually, I'm not lying to you, I also wish that I was the one who died back then." That night, she dreamed of Hua Jinyao constantly questioning her with these 2 sentences. Now, it was even more so. Again and again, it kept echoing in her mind. Lu Tongjia's body softened in the chair, and her whole heart ached as if it had been pierced by a needle. When Hua Jinyao entered the house, he smelled the aroma of food in the air. Hearing him come in, Su Chingsang poked her head out of the kitchen and said, "You're back. Wash your hands, and dinner will be ready soon." Hua Ji now put down the car key, took off his shoes, and entered the house. He found that it was Su Chingsang who was cooking. "Why are you cooking? Where's Auntie Yu?" "I gave Auntie Yu the day off." Su Chingsang scooped up the dishes and put them on the cooking table. "Okay, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." "Why did you suddenly think of cooking?" Hua Ji now wrapped his arms around her waist and found that a thin layer of sweat had appeared on her forehead. When Hua Ji now went out this morning, Su Chingsang told him to go home early. He knew what day it was, but he pretended not to know. "What do you think?" Su Chingsang kept him in suspense. She patted his arm and told him to let go. She gestured for him to wash his hands quickly. She picked up the dish and walked out. Hua Ji now washed his hands and came out. He glanced at the table and saw 6 dishes and a soup in the middle. It was a little too much for the two of them. Steamed base, braised pork ribs, beer duck, crab meat. Hua Ji now looked at Su Chingsang with admiration in his eyes. "Not bad. It looks very good." Su Chingsang filled a bowl of soup for Hua Ji now and put it in front of him. "Wrong. Not only does it look good, but it also tastes quite good." Hua Ji now looked at the soup in his hand. "Is this caterpillar fungus?" "Yes." Su Chingsang nodded. "It's authentic caterpillar fungus. I asked Auntie Yu to buy a free-range chicken. It was stewed in the afternoon. Try it." Hua Ji now took a sip and nodded. "Yes, it's very good. Not bad, right? I only put 2 pieces of ginger to enhance the taste. I didn't put any MSG." Su Chingsang looked at Hua Ji now as if she was asking for credit. "How is it? My cooking is good, right?" "Yes. Not bad. But it's just the two of us. Isn't it a waste to have so many dishes?" "It's not a waste. Today is a special day." Su Chingsang smiled. Hua Ji now finished the soup and looked at her with a smile. "What day is special? What do you think?" Su Chingsang smiled and filled a bowl of soup for herself. Seeing that Hua Jinyao's bowl was empty, she took it and filled it for him. "I'll do it myself." "No need. You're the oldest today. So, I'll do it." Su Chingsang smiled and placed the bowl in front of him. "Birthday boy. Happy birthday." Hua Jinyao smiled. "I thought you didn't know." "I didn't know before." Su Chingsang blinked. Speaking of which, they had just gotten married on Hua Jinyao's birthday last year. At that time, Su Chingsang only wanted to find a man to spend the rest of her life with, so she didn't care about Hua Jinyao's birthday or their wedding anniversary at all. She didn't expect that one day she would have such deep feelings for Hua Jinyao. With feelings, she would put her heart into it. She would use her heart to understand everything about this man. Whether it was his preferences or his mood. When the two of them came back from Rome City that day, Su Chingsang saw Hua Jinyao's birthday and remembered it immediately. Today, she got off work more than an hour early just to prepare these dishes. But things are different now. I almost died on our wedding anniversary and didn't have a good time to celebrate it. On the one hand, we can celebrate our first wedding anniversary, and on the other hand, we can celebrate your birthday. After listening to her, Hua Jinyao suddenly leaned over and kissed the corner of her lips. "Thank you, honey." Su Chingsang smiled. Just as she was about to speak, the doorbell rang. She was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding who would come at this time. She glanced at Hua Jinyao and opened the door first. Su Qingsang was stunned by the person standing outside the door. She was stunned for a few seconds before she remembered to call someone. Auntie. Why was she here? Lu Tongjia stood at the door, holding a big box in her hand. It looked like a birthday cake or something. She seemed a little uncomfortable. When she saw that the person who opened the door was Su Qingsang, the uneasiness on her face became more obvious. Is Hu Jinyao here? Yes. Su Qingsang glanced at the cake box in Lu Tongjia's hand and thought to herself that it couldn't be what she thought. She took a step back and looked in the direction of the dining room. Jinyao, your mother is here. Auntie, come in. As she spoke, Su Qingsang took a step back and gestured for Lu Tongjia to come in. Hu Jinyao came out at the same time as Lu Tongjia. The mother and son's eyes met. Hu Jinyao was stunned for a moment. Mom. Lu Tongjia stood there awkwardly. In fact, she asked Hu Jinyao to go home yesterday, but he refused. She didn't sleep well last night and tossed and turned for a long time. Today, she also struggled for a long time, but finally, she decided to come over. When she passed by the cake shop, she remembered that she hadn't celebrated Hu Jinyao's birthday since he was 12 years old. She began to feel guilty again. Without thinking, she bought a cake and came over. After she arrived, she realized that her actions were a little abrupt. The three of them stood together in the living room like three pillars. Lu Tongjia should have wished Hu Jinyao a happy birthday. However, after so many years, she felt strange that she hadn't celebrated his birthday for him. Hu Jinyao saw the box in her hand. He frowned slightly and stood there without saying anything. Jinyao. Su Qingsang looked at Hu Jinyao and then at Lu Tongjia. After finding that neither of them wanted to say anything, she could only break the silence. Auntie, have you eaten? No. Lu Tongjia responded to Su Qingsang with a rare gentle attitude. She hadn't eaten. She had wanted to go back to the old house after delivering the cake. Su Qingsang was a little flattered by his attitude. Since you haven't eaten, let's eat together. Ha! Lu Tongjia was stunned by Su Qingsang's words. It seemed that she didn't expect such a suggestion. I'm the one who made the food. If you don't mind, let's eat together. Okay. Lu Tongjia followed Su Qingsang into the dining room. When Su Qingsang passed by Hu Jinyao, she glanced at him and signaled him to follow her. Hu Jinyao didn't move. In the end, he followed the two of them into the dining room. There was no one else in the room. Lu Tongjia glanced at the table. They were all very home-cooked dishes. She couldn't help but look at Hu Jinyao again. Did he usually eat like this? Auntie, you can put this down first. Su Qingsang pointed at the box in Lu Tongjia's hand. The dining table was very big, and there was room for it. Lu Tongjia came to her senses and felt uncomfortable again. She put down the cake box. Su Qingsang went inside and brought out a set of bowls and chopsticks for her. She served Lu Tongjia a bowl of soup first. Auntie, have a bowl of soup first. It's good for your stomach. Thank you. Su Qingsang was shocked by his words of gratitude. Who was Lu Tongjia? In Su Qingsang's impression, she had always been high and mighty. Now, she was saying thank you to her. Su Qingsang was so shocked that she almost fell to the ground. She couldn't help but look at Hu Jinyao. Hu Jinyao was very calm. He held the bowl of rice and ate it by himself. Su Qingsang couldn't figure out what Lu Tongjia was thinking. After sitting down, she couldn't help but kick Hu Jinyao. When Hu Jinyao raised his head, she silently gave him a look and asked him what Lu Tongjia meant. Hua Jinyao also gave Su Qingsang a look, indicating that she didn't need to care about Lu Tongjia. How could she not care? No matter what, she was still her mother-in-law, wasn't she? She came over to celebrate your birthday with good intentions. Were you going to give her a cold face? How did you know that the inspector was doing it out of good intentions? Maybe he had ulterior motives. She was your mother. Was she? She was my mother, and she was also someone else's aunt. Su Qingsang gave up making eye contact with Hua Jinyao. She found that Lu Tongjia had been looking at them and smiled awkwardly. Auntie, do you want me to get you some rice? No. Lu Tongjia shook her head. I can do it myself. After she refused, the atmosphere became awkward again. Su Qingsang ate quietly, and so did Hua Jinyao. Lu Tongjia was a little uncomfortable, but she forced herself to ignore it. After tasting the dishes on the table, she glanced at Su Qingsang and asked, "Did you make all these dishes?" "Yes." Su Qingsang nodded. She felt a little flattered by Lu Tongjia's words. "I'm not good at cooking." "I'm sorry, Auntie." Before Lu Tongjia said anything, Hua Jinyao spoke first. He had already finished one bowl of rice and was about to add a second bowl. Because of Lu Tongjia's question, he glanced at her. "If you don't like it, you can go back to the Hua family and ask Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhou to cook for you. You don't have to find fault with it. I didn't cook for you anyway." His words were so rude that Su Qingsang couldn't help but want to kick Hua Jinyao. That's the truth. Hua Jinyao didn't think he was wrong. Lu Tongjia came uninvited. He didn't invite her. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.